What you think about when you're born into a fire? Let them burn it out. Sell them to the richest buyer. They wanna let the world decay. They tell us lies and fade away, fade away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. Listen up now, because we're never dropping out. Beat the odds, beat the big house. Our brains are bigger than the doubt. We've been thinking for ourselves, never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves, we won't let the world burn away, burn away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To blame, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. And we feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To blame, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. You think you've got my number figured out? A motive born in drought and brevity. And if I'm not the soul of your design, I blatantly decline your remedy. Don't box me in, don't, or I'll leave. I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine. I'd rather be pretty much anything else than your machine. I wasn't always just a single shade, a palette full of gray in reverie. And I can burn it brighter than the sun. I have a golden gun inside of me. Don't box me in, don't, or I'll leave. I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine. I'd rather be pretty much anything else. And if I fall behind, ignore I'd rather be a dreamer, I'd rather be free, I'd rather be a leader, I'd rather be a queen, I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer, I'd rather be clean, I'd rather be a poser in a magazine, I'd rather be pretty much anything else than your machine.
Hello, chat. Falgi, I went and I went to the Twitter. I went there. Interesting. Whoa. Okay. Good thing I'm not showing this. Playing with fire right now. Playing with fire. Oh. Oh shit. Uh-huh. Interesting. Do with the 5 gifted. Very base, very based. Bring us on, Diesel. How's it going? I'm a little tired today. I kind of ate a little heavy. I've just been home all day. It's like one of those days where you'll just like you feel like what my member sounds like. I feel like that. You know what I mean? I feel like that. New hoodie. This is an old hoodie. It's just been a minute since I've worn it actually. I wear it on stream when I feel like doo-doo caca, actually. Yes, shout out to the op block.
Lovely Lemon Ice celebrates 10 months of membership. Shout out to the op block and all of Lil Guys Incorporated. Heart.
Your member sound, Diesel. Your member isn't supposed to make noise. Go see a doctor. That's good. That's good. Yeah, it's just like, just like a general like doo-doo caca miasma type feeling, right? But so the mods of Little Guys Incorporated, our wonderful community, have taken upon themselves to start streaming, right? It's a stream called The Op Block. And some interesting shenanigans occurred recently with the mod. I like how this is becoming like a reciprocal thing. This is a great environment I'm fostering. I hope this doesn't turn into like a pain in the ass in the future. I know it will. I'm sure somebody will clip that and be like, man, years from now, remember when Diesel's mods did that? And that was all before they got together and tried to destroy him or something. I want to react to myself, Diesel. So there's this guy, his name is Cybersmith, right? And I rep you all the time. And I've kind of like I've not wanted to like talk about Cybersmith because I think earlier in my streaming career I just didn't even want to discuss the concept of like politics, right? I was just like, he's like a guy who has like weird fetishes on twitter.com, right? And apparently I was not correct on that at all. I'm not entirely sure. I never knew if Cybersmith had a face until your thumbnail for this stream. Yeah, he does look like that. He does look like a big Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. There
Oh, hello, Diesel.
Hello, Falchi.
This is a moment. This is the zenith of the op block. Oh boy, this is a hello chat. Yes, it's weird. I mod you in real time.
So you gotta. I literally don't know who Cybersmith is aside from the fact that he's like a little weird. What am I not understanding?
So this is you and I had very much the same outlook on Cybersmith. It was Mod Do, who really brought him to the forefront, and she's been following Cybersmith for about 5 years now. And he's been around for a very long time. Very poignantly, the human pet copy pasta that goes around is actually about 8 years old. So he's back in the old kind of Tumblr days, and he's such an interesting fellow. It was very surprising when he came into the stream and actually got on. He has some interesting views, and it's not just the human pet thing. He's expanded upon different concepts. We didn't get to cover it in stream, but I believe, if I remember correctly, one of his ways of keeping trans people in the forefront and keeping them alive and helping them make money is selling their trans titty milk. That was an exact phrase of his.
Okay.
So he was so yeah, he has some interesting takes. And then he claims to not be a history buff, but that's all he really loves to talk about. He also debated Keffels at one time. It was a Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he debated Keffels at one time. He's a libertarian. He identifies himself as a royalist libertarian. For those who don't know, that's for the monarchy. So that's a fun thing for you. Yeah.
That's wild. What the fuck? Okay.
And yeah.
So he hopped in chat, or like he hopped in a call? Like, what happened?
So he hopped in chat, and we kind of go. It happens in the video. I could definitely I would love to react with this with you, just because my brain is like going at like 15 miles a minute when this is fucking happening. So he fucking hops in chat, and I'm like, okay, are you who you say you are? Because literally, I want to say like 3 minutes before, someone said, hey, he has a very famous impersonator. So we're like, okay, is this man real? Cross-reference his YouTube page, make sure you know what he sounds like. Oh, it's him. He and I are currently still Discord friends. And it was, yeah, and then he's like, hey, can I come on? And I was like, sure. Like, what's the worst that's gonna happen? And it was it was very interesting, I will say that.
Oh, a Stardust raid. Very base, very base. Very poggies. Thank you.
Thank you.
So he oh, thank God I didn't have his Twitter open to like porn.
Yeah, no, I was looking at his Twitter on my phone, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening right now? And I'm just like,
Okay, so an hour 15. Okay, we'll start there.
Do you mind sharing the screen so I can see it with you?
Yes. It should work just fine these days. It used to not let me type. Because...
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, you're good.
As I said, I have made my name a word of power.
What?
Wait, what?
Let's get into that. Let's dissect that for a second, because that was a statement that he kept saying throughout.
Okay.
So he kept saying his name was a word of power.
Like a fucking Horcrux, like.
So how do I express this? He definitely is cross-referencing his name. He does later reveal that he has worked sometime in computer science of some time. So I'm 100% sure that he like cross-referenced his name. Also, your stream, according to chat, is lagging.
Okay, I will work on that.
Yeah. If you take down the 60 FPS, it will help in the Nitro stream.
Dead stream, dead stream.
No, not dead stream. No.
Here, hold on. I know. This should fix it.
Oh yeah, that happened to me
There we
once,
go. I
and
put
I
it on
was
30
super-
FPS.
Yeah, I didn't know that it was breaking the stream for the first time I used it, and I cried. I think Josh wants to be on.
Josh, what could you possibly have to add?
Josh may have a lot of lore.
You know what? Okay, well, I'll hop in the server VC.
Okay. You'll just have to drag me in.
Yeah, I'll drag you in.
Thanks.
There we go. All right, chat. I'm going to fix this right now. I had a feeling this was happening. Let me up the bit rate. Okay, either the stream will crash now or we'll be good. Apply. Is it good? Let's find out. It only happened after he said power.
This only happened after he said he has power.
I invoked a word of power. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain a smooth experience. Let's see. It might be better now. It might be better. How is it, guys? I will let you in a moment. Fuck, I'm still getting updates on it. Hold on. I'll open myself up. That sounded weird. I'll watch myself. It's okay right now? It's on it. Hold on. I'll open myself up. That's not. Yeah, I'm better now. I'm better now.
Yeah, because when he discusses this a lot. Oh, hello.
You're here. Hold on.
Oh, wait. There we go.
All right. Well, all right. So anyway, I've been diving into a little bit of the stream. I'm trying to upload Rust, and it's been taking about 1,000 chromosomes over here. But you know, there's some political a-logging that you guys were talking about, or some shit. What the flying fadoodle fuck is libertarian royalist? All right. What the fuck is that?
Oh, we haven't.
Like-
Josh, we haven't even gotten into the fucking thing where all he does is like, oh, we'll get there. My man gets a little spicy.
It gets a little spicy.
Well, I knew he was like a monarchist, right? Like he wants to reestablish the monarchy. That was like one of the things I knew, like, you know, just through cultural osmosis, that he has this love of the king and queen and all that.
All right, yeah, guys. I'm a fucking libertarian, guys. I'm a fucking libertarian. What was it? Libertarian monarchist or some shit. No, you're not. That's a fucking oxymoron. All right. What the flying fadoodle fuck is that shit? Oh, that's like what's his name? There's this guy. He made a meme and it made it into an actuality. Like there's people who be like, oh, guys, I'm a libertarian fascist. All right. Okay, so state enforced libertarianism or some bullshit like that. I think it was his name is it's not some black guy. He was fuck. He's this other black like skeptic YouTuber that made this, and a bunch of tards came in and bought into this. Like this is it's like a Cards Against Humanity panel where it's like, hey, I'm injecting speed in one arm and fucking horse tranquilizer.
Okay, well, we're talking about a guy who. Okay, so wait, let me. I'm gonna, before we get into anything, I'm gonna read off the Reddit thread about the trans woman lactation.
Yeah, This
'Cause
one
that's-
we didn't get to ask him in the thing, but I do get to ask his feelings on trans women, and that was a fun time.
What
I
the-
mean,
what
I'm
the-
sure he feels very positively about trans women based on his
Oh
Twitter.
man, well, spank my ham and call me Sam. All right, so let's do this shit.
Yes, anarcho-conservatism.
Okay. So there's like he's having this conversation with this Lizbeth lady, and basically, okay, here's the top of it. Could you explain again what it entailed? No one appears to have screenshotted it, and I'm dying to know the details or how these devices even fit in there. He responds, Quell, there are a few things you need to understand first. You're familiar with the concept of trade deficit. Would imports of a product outweigh exports in it? Bingonium. Well, the UK has a trade deficit for dairy. We really ought to produce more of it internally. Okay, second important concept. How much do you know about transgender people, specifically transgender women, for this particular topic? The conversation continues on. I know a thing or two about trans people. Okay, splendid. Here in the UK, there's a political kerfuffle over who should pay for trans women's transition procedures, hormone surgery, voice training, etc. Some say it should be banned. Some say it should be a private expense. Some say taxpayers should pay for it. Final background fact, almost any human with an intact mammary gland can be induced to lactation via a regimen of chemicals. Okay, so with that in mind, I have a proposed plan. An agency will be created, which is the exact opposite of libertarianism, but okay. An agency will be created and swiftly privatized. Okay, yeah, okay. that tends to happen, sure.
Yeah.
Wow, guys, it seems like you need a fucking state to do that.
The agency would provide upfront whatever affirming care a UK citizen trans woman wants. Then, after some initial recovery period, if extensive surgery and the process of repayment would begin. Let's see. Across the UK, this agency would set up, the name probably needs to be workshopped, repayment dairies. The transgender women would be induced to lactate and would regularly report to these facilities to be milked. When the sale of milk equals the price of care, alongside an additional amount, 50% perhaps, to cover expenses. Okay. Right.
So is he like a fucking chaser of some sort? Because this is some like elaborate chaser moment, or
Hey.
right then and there. Like this is
Hey, Josh,
yeah. What's up?
I'm gonna send you his Twitter while you speak.
Oh my god, I am. Dude, I am just flabbergasted by this entire shit because it's like giving me a fucking whiplash effect of back when I used to do all this internet sleuthing shit back in 2016, where a bunch of people are making a bunch of gobbledygook nonsensical bullshit that they're like, yes, I'm a classical liberal.
I
Yes.
need to explain for the people in the audience.
Trans breast milk. Grums is gooning as we speak.
So breast milk. Okay, first of all, I have a friend who's his dad, and we had a conversation about this. I have not personally tried out breast milk, but he was explaining to me, no, breast milk is not like cow's milk. Women's milk, regardless of gender at birth, will not be like regular milk. It is like more watery, and it smells funny, and it's warm.
Like no shit, it's warm. It came from a body part. It came from a titty.
When do we get to milk
the whole thing is that we
_FPS
humans
people
are
study.
a very curious creature because we're the only creatures that drink milk past the point you're supposed to, and drink milk of other creatures.
Guys, you know what really like it really fucks me up that we have to have this type of fucking conversation. It just comes to show that we as a society has fucking failed. All right, like we have reached levels of chromosomes that shouldn't even be fucking reached at this point. I think we're losing and gaining at the same time. Like this,
if I ever wanted him to call in Josh, calling him the supreme autist Super Saiyan is definitely gonna put that off.
Like this is flabbergasting. Like it just comes to show we need a civics class or some shit like that. Libertarian monarchist? Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, like, this is the type of people that ends up getting dumber people into office, right? And then also another thing, this is fucked, but
Breast
also
milk is
people
not
with
processed,
malice
it is
come
literally straight
infiltrate
from the
in
tap.
these little fucking like niche circles. And this happened before in the skeptic era when they let Richard Spencer in. He became like just infiltrates and play victim when he got socked in the fucking mouth, if you remember that, right? And he was just playing like, oh no, I like liberal policies and I voted for Bernie Sanders. And he keeps saying that he's liberal, but exclusively for white people. But it just, went over a ton of people's heads. This is what happens, right? When you don't draw the fucking line. Because what will happen is someone else is going to draw it for you. And this fucking guy right here is a fucking mook. Like, sweet, merciful God. I had it up with these types of people. Because I just go to work and a 9 to 5 job and all that. And this guy's IQ is about actually not even as warm as my urine. All right. This IQ is much more than room temperature.
Josh, he will see this stream. I'm going to tell you.
I
He
don't
found
give a
us.
flying fuck.
Josh,
All right.
Josh, I'm gonna let you go. You go calm down.
Libertarian
Oh no. Oh. Oh no. I was trying to give.
Sometimes people ask me who my smaggle is.
That's real.
Ay, Dios.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, yes, chat. The point of the matter is that no, breast milk is not like normal milk.
Yeah, it's not. It's like the whole thing.
So the lore of this guy, as far as starts from, I assume, the human pet part of this discussion.
So, and he'll get it into the interview. He does explain that he had been answering on a variety of different Tumblr chats over the years, and he, to his own self-proclaim. Now, I could not see if there was anything prior, but to his own self-proclaim, he was Tumblr famous, quote unquote, and in specific circles. And he does state that. And this was the one that popped off. And he has feelings about this one being the one that exploded. I can't remember if he expressly states it in the interview, but he has feelings about this that I will go into because of just some of the ways he reacts.
Okay. So he gets decently passionate about it, basically.
Oh, you'll see.
Okay. I'm gonna play it now. Am I sharing screen? Yes, I am. Okay.
Yeah, you are. It'll swap
Can I
over.
get the
in a little bit, yeah.
sensation? And when a lot of people are speaking it in quick succession, it's fairly easy to tell. Tracking you down wasn't especially easy, but I found you. So yes, as to
That is really scary. That is really scary.
So I will say, he does Google search his name. I'm like 99% sure he probably has a bot that looks up his name. It is a thing. We were at probably like fucking 10 viewers at the time, 9 viewers, and I just see his name pop up.
Okay. Now now Cybersmith, if you see this, I do not speak for Josh. Okay? I do not speak for Josh. If I don't know if I agree with the trans titty milk thing. I'm not even gonna broach that subject right now.
Yeah. The Cybersmith, if you're seeing this, hey buddy, I'm gonna give you a fair shake like I did last time.
But yeah, you got on with my mods, and it kind of kicks the can down the road to me and other drama people who talk about this. I am nicer than Kristen Ark, who also knows about this.
Yeah, because he popped into our stream.
you were saying about display pineapples. This is the fundamental thing.
Oh,
that
Wait,
we
what?
gotta pause. So what the Moist, who is in this chat and was in our chat, I do believe they're from the UK, and in the UK they had display pineapples, and he comes onto the stream and fucking gives us a history lesson. When he was talking about like a little bit in economics about the titty milk post, oh, he goes into that here even, where it's just like, oh, you're commodifying it by today's standards, and I'm like, my man, what are you talking about?
Okay. Okay.
leftoids and Marxists don't understand. Supply is not an intrinsic quality of a commodity. Supply, or rather, value is not an intrinsic quality
One
of a
moment,
commodity.
please.
It
Mhm.
varies
One
in
moment,
accordance
please.
with supply and demand.
Okay.
Falgi, they can't see him.
I put it in there. Like I fixed the transition. I
is.
do
There
apologize. Yep, I
I'm
do
sorry
apologize
for
about that.
interrupting.
Yes, you can continue with your comments. I do apologize.
So, because value is not intrinsic to
Mm-hmm.
commodities, but rather varies depending on supply and demand,
Hmm.
the value of a commodity may seem strange to you in one context.
Oh, okay, and this is in context to display pineapples.
Yes, because in the UK, apparently at some time, they would purchase pineapples to display them on tables, and then would just let them go bad and buy new ones. Apparently,
Okay.
of some kind.
All right.
Uh-huh.
And
Mhm.
his idea is that's like the crux of this political debate here is that you shouldn't put pineapples on tables, or that you should.
No. It's the fact that we are leftoid Marxists and that we believe in the communism. Oh, he'll get there. You want to know what he believes in? He'll let you know. All I wanted to know was what was his deal, and he thought we were a political podcast of some kind. It was very interesting.
Oh, okay. All right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But in another context, it makes perfect sense. To you, the idea of displaying a pineapple seems ridiculous. A pineapple.
I mean, personally, I think displaying a pineapple is ridiculous.
It was crazy.
I would. That's like, I don't know, somebody using like a banana as like a centerpiece, but okay.
And it's rotting.
Is a
That's disgusting. It's just
It's rotting.
it's gonna bring all these fruit flies. It's just, it ruins the feng shui,
Mm-hmm.
common everyday item. But I believe that tradition arose after the end of rationing, after the world wars.
Mhm.
So you have to understand people who'd just gone through a blockade, who had just gone through rationing. A pineapple was actually quite an exotic thing, quite a difficult to acquire thing. It was a
Hi, Cybersmith. Thank you for showing up.
I'm off to bed, but that's really no different from any form of conspicuous consumption. Gold jewelry is no more intrinsically ridiculous. It's about relative value. As an interesting point, I would argue that the aesthetic value of a pineapple is much less than that of gold jewelry, but it is relative. Ergo, if I had to take a pick, I think a majority of people would not choose the pineapple, and I would not decide to garnish my living space with fruit.
Damn royalist liberals, now we can't buy pineapples.
Oh, no access.
Why is Falgi arguing with the Sargon of Akkad, who's let himself go even more?
marker of wealth, and like anything that's a mark of wealth, people will tend to ostentatiously display it. For example, in Roman times and to some extent medieval times, the color black was
I
not
would also
associated
argue
with mourning.
okay, maybe this does turn into a political debate. Cybersmith, if you want to talk about it, I don't think pineapples are a good value or a good indicator of wealth, if that is the point. But
listen, they're British. They don't know spice.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
nice.
are pineapples more of a rare commodity in England?
That is the illusion that he is making, that the commodification of pineapples was specifically because they were exotic. It's much like in fiefdoms where sugar would be given to lords and nobles because it was in very short supply.
Okay.
That came later. That came in the Victorian period. In medieval and Roman times, it was associated with ostentatious wealth. Why? Because it was extremely expensive to make black materials. You needed either several rounds of dyeing with a very deep ink, usually extracted from squids or the like, or for black leather, you'd either need to dye that or you would need to kill a polar bear, which is one of the only creatures with naturally black skin. So you have to imagine this was a tremendously expensive material. So to wear black wasn't to mark yourself as a morose individual or one undergoing mourning. It was to mark yourself as an individual of conspicuous wealth. I think, as I said, so prepared in a bit of a hurry.
No, you're okay.
No worries.
One of the
Why
things I
is
would
he
like to
talking
ask you,
about what
and I
weird
am
people in
first
the
and foremost, I want to thank you.
1600s? We don't show pineapples these days. WTF is he smoking?
Okay. I am going to try and steelman his argument, even though I disagree with it. Okay?
It was, yeah.
It is giving historical context for why people would do something that wouldn't be like obviously, like, you don't have to wear black, right, in the 1600s, but you do it because it shows status. He's arguing that the pineapples are equivalent to like a status symbol. If I am trying my best there,
yeah, he's examining the commodification of certain items and how things became expensive, and as he's saying in chat, context matters, which again, I'm not fighting him on.
For that information, it is something that is quite interesting. But I did kind of want to just ask you just a simple question. How did you find yourself on the internet? Obviously, the reason why we were reviewing you, for instance, is that you are famous for a particular Tumblr post. But I'm curious for you, and for no judgment at all, because, hey, there should never be any judgment. You are here. You've come graciously onto our show, and I want to treat you with respect. How did you find...
You are cooking right now. Let me just say you're cooking.
Learn from the best.
Oh, man.
Yourself on the internet, or specifically in Tumblr? Like, what is your history?
Well, I originally came across Tumblr many, many years ago. I think it was 8 or 9 years ago. Debating one particular vegan blog, but that was through anonymous asks, which were a feature of Tumblr at the time. And eventually, I just decided, no, to be fair, I'm also going to create an account. That way, this person can
Monday
see
is
my
my
full opinion and
birthday,
reply.
so
That
here's
person
some shekels
was
just
called
for you,
Vegan
Diesel.
Wasteoid.
Also, don't forget to
and she's
use
long
code
since
D10
deleted
at
because
Mana
her other
Potion
blog,
Coffee. It will make a wizard.
Municipal Wasteoid,
CIA Barbecue Chicken Emporium. One, very long name, but also two, happy birthday. Very pog.
Happy birthday.
Was attacked by a group of other leftists when she styled her hair into dreadlocks. And this is the common trend you'll see. The left always consumes itself. Soviet Russia collapsed. The French Revolution in France eventually ate its own. This is always...
Okay.
Okay,
all right. I don't want to dislike him, but he's got political brainworms.
yeah, so that was definitely a thing, and I had told him multiple times that it was not. This was never supposed to be apolitical. This is supposed to be an apolitical interview, and it definitely did not. He did not appreciate that or agree with that.
Okay.
So he will wax poetic.
Leftoids. Recently, I debated a leftoid, Whack Nicholson. He's been cancelled too.
You also debated Catholics, right?
Who has also been cancelled, yes. Leftoids always consume their own. It is the perennial habit of the Marxist.
Dude, you asked him about Tipster. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yes, she did. She did.
Oh, man.
I guess an interesting thing I would say is that, do you believe, you talked about leftoids a lot, and you do talk about leftism and things like that. How would you identify your political leanings, and how would you describe that
I've
Mhm.
fairly consistently described my political beliefs. I am a reactionary libertarian monarchist.
Okay. Yes. It's just for our audience who may not know you. I don't particularly know you. This is my first interaction with some of the statements that you've made online. And so, you have, as one of my co-hosts has told me, you have interviewed, or you've debated, excuse me, individuals like Keffels and other individuals. What do you think about your, let's say, infamy on the internet, specifically for some of your more controversial beliefs, one would say?
Well, I wouldn't say my beliefs are actually that controversial in a historical context.
In a historical context.
Yeah, human petism.
You have the
If
best
you want, we
mods,
should
just
read the
saying,
human pet
Purple
copy
Heart.
pasta. It's a lot of fun.
I would love to.
It's a good time.
Oh man. Did we throw that? Is that in the thread?
It should be in there. It might have been one of the pictures Du sent, because it's interesting.
Okay.
We read it at the beginning of the stream, and my brain exploded a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
It's not those.
Yes, chat. We have been cooking. Everything is historical context. Remember, guys. Well, Diesel's looking for this. Manapotioncoffee.com.
This is a humongous folder.
So Du has been following this man for 5-ish years now, and Cloudy in the chat, love you. She's like, oh yeah, I've known him since I was like 15. I'm like, what is happening? If you don't have it,
You gotta help me out here.
hold up. If you don't have it, I have it directly. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Daily reminder never goon in any
Oh,
Discord
my word.
VC.
Where are my messages with Du? Okay, it's not there. Because we have it in our server of things. Oh. Where is it? All right, hold up. I'm going to copy, and then I'm going to send it to you as a message.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Oh, why did it not? Oh, Discord, what am I going to do with you? There you go.
Whoa. Okay. All right. We got Biggie here.
Oh, yes, and Mana Potion Coffee. We're going to shill Nani, too. Nani helped us some with the research. Always, always, and forever.
Me wearing a dog collar and leash, looking up at my man friend in his trench coat and fedora. Let's go out in public, where you can walk me like I'm a dog in front of people who are visibly uncomfortable. Cybersmith responds. It's not a flippin'? Is he censor and flippin'?
Flip it. Yeah, he is.
Okay. It's a bowler hat. Someone responds, a fedora is a fedora is a fedora. Anyway, with regards to the original post, what would actually be wrong with that? There's no mention of public nudity, nor treating the human pet in any way that would be considered strange for a dog. Should people be obliged to modify their behavior so that it's irrationally prejudicial? Do not experience discomfort. Irrationally prejudiced motherfucker. Admit you have a pet play fetish. There's no shame in it on this website. Okay, just please consider the following scenario. It's 5 to 10 years from now, and you're sitting in a restaurant enjoying a lovely meal. When I walk in, accompanied by my wife, my children, and my human pet, in parentheses, whose genitals are covered, as it enters on all fours.
Oh, yeah. That's Cloudy wants me to just let the chat know. So Cybersmith was born in 95. These are about 7 or 8 years ago. So he was like in his like middle-ish to late teens by the time he's writing some of this.
If my family and I then make an order of our own at the table next to you, in what way have we infringed upon your freedom? The non-aggression principle in Red Lobster. In what way have we infringed upon your freedom? What rational basis do you have to demand that we leave our beloved pet at home?
Beloved.
Okay. I know people with pet play fetishes. There is a general consensus amongst those folk to not bring your fetish into public because you do not wish for the public to participate in it with you without their consent, which is a reasonable thing to say and do, I think.
Now, Diesel, what if I tell you that he claims that this was all just off the cuff improvisational writing?
You know, honestly, in this case, I do believe it. Why, you think he had this in the chamber?
Let's just say and it'll happen in the interview, Dew asks if this was a fetish, and it's the only time he says no comment in the interview.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
To leave her beloved pet at home. Heck it all. Let's consider a more extreme scenario, as if that wasn't. It's 5 to 10 years from now. You're sitting in a restaurant. Wait, did I just read that? Wait, no. Okay,
it's the second version.
When I walk in without my wife and children, for whatever reason they haven't accompanied me, with my surgically modified human pet wearing a collar, being led in by its leash, I'm just like... the image you get mentally in your head right now is insane. All right, I'm picturing like a railroad tycoon with like a eunuch on a leash, like a la David Lynch Dune.
Of course, and it's to be noted, he does not differentiate if the pet is male or female. It is something that he's like, oh no, it can be either or.
Bisexual king.
Oh, he's more than that.
It has no vocal cords, and it walks on all fours, not by choice, but because its toes have been removed, along with the tendons in its ankles being severed. It may also have had its thumbs and last 2 segments of each finger amputated, making it easier to care for no fingernails to trim. Perhaps I even humanely removed its eyes, making it less independent.
Mm-hmm.
Even in this scenario, I haven't
If he
infringed
brings a
on
human
your
pet
liberties.
on a date, how do they split the bill?
Irrationally prejudiced is precisely what you are. I feel infringed upon having read this. I have a lot of opinions about this.
Mm-hmm.
I like how you're sitting like doing you're doing like the doctor thing right now.
Oh, listen, it's hard to turn it off. I realized that in the interview. I was like, oh, it's not turning off, is it?
So now one may argue that my rights are not being infringed upon directly. But what about the pet, whom is a human?
So that was one of the
terrible
things too,
AU
where
fanfiction is bro's brain
I
man
didn't understand when I
wants
read
people out
this.
here
One of the things I
walking
don't
almost
understand is
naked
where is this
people
5
like
to 10
dogs and
year
man's
like
into
time
eugenics.
like Naruto time
Yeah,
skip,
I'm sorry,
where
bro
we
is gonna
exist
have
in
to
a
catch
universe
the
where half
reality
of the
ban.
population or a sizable part of the population are pets, right?
Yeah,
Let's just exist in that one for a second.
Like there'd have to be an extreme social upheaval. Like you're talking about like a reintroduction of like our fundamental concept of humanity would need to change completely.
Yeah, you're talking about a nuclear holocaust and like 100 years after the fact.
One bad day and one doctor title away from doing a
like,
human
is it
centipede.
slavery? Because then if it's slavery and indentured pet status, then you infringe upon that person's rights because they're still a person. So, like, the question is, who gets liberties? Because the pet is a human, and ergo, humans have liberties.
Yeah, this is a weird one where I am I am inclined to believe that parts of this, if he was as young as he when he wrote this, that part of this was edgy in a specific way. Specifically, the last paragraph, discussing, the neutering, the declawing, and things like that. Because it just reads, it almost reads like he was trying to be funny with what he was saying, and then it unfortunately it falls on his head because this is what most people know him for, and he does express like genuine frustration that this is what people know him for.
The trans milking thing is much more recent, though.
The trans milking thing is much more recent. Some of again, if you were above the age of 18, viewer discretion advised on his Twitter, because it's a flashbang. Okay, do me a favor, just delete that Twitter off the tab before
Why,
you
you're
click on
afraid
it.
I'm gonna accidentally click it?
Listen, Rena made you demonetize one video. We don't need this one.
Yeah, why are they pets? Is it a punishment? Is that even something you could choose to be?
I really think he was going like this is a thing that's pervasive in the interview. He's and this is not to be mean, Cybersmith, if you're out there. This is actually really not to be mean. He's just very much a semantics Andy. Like it needs to be explored and explained in his mind, because without the explanation, why is the thought even being said?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like Axis said, I feel like you can't consent to being a non-human slave. Like, yeah, I could see someone willingly consenting to that. And that's not even addressing how I feel that might infringe upon my rights, but let's just say it doesn't. How does that not infringe upon the rights of the pet?
Yeah, I will say that he will talk about his views of slavery later in the interview.
Of course, yeah, all great interviews do.
In the broader historical context, but a lot of the controversy comes from people taking them out of context. I wouldn't say any of my views are actually, on the whole, all that controversial. For example, people have discussed the human pet post, but very few people remember that in its original context, this was a post discussing a fairly narrowly defined concept, which is you will never really be satisfied with public decency laws because really, when we look at it, that's an application of Girdle's incompleteness theorem. Any set of rules that describes anything complex enough to be useful is going to be either incomplete or inconsistent. You can't have a set of rules to regulate what's acceptable public conduct that will not either allow something you don't want to allow or contradict itself by banning something you want to permit. And this was my example, and that was why my example was drawn up.
I'm being a semantics Andy back.
I'm
gonna end up having a fucking debate with this guy. I can already see it happening, but
I'll moderate it. I have no problem.
That would be great. The reason for decency laws, right? And laws in general is not that they're comprehensive and complete and cannot have like issues with them, right? Laws can be general enough that somebody like a judge or an adjudicator of the law can make a judgment call in the moment that will directly update and specifically address that specific kind of incidents. So if there are no laws against public pet play and somebody gets arrested for public pet play, it goes to trial, it goes to court, and the judge argues that this follows under some like statute or some previously mentioned law, then ergo it would be added to the list of things not to do in the future, right? Laws are meant to be complete. The point of having a judge is so that way they can judge whether or not the events happening constitute like needing a punishment.
Mhm.
That is my point.
Mhm. Yeah.
Explicitly, you've got no direct showing of genitalia. The treatment of the pet is not something that is actually done, that is not done to normal pets. For example, declawing. Do you know when you declaw a cat, that is literally what you are doing?
Yes.
You are removing the bones in its fingers. So when you realize in its proper context, that debate is not really saying anything controversial at all. It was a response, however, to broader discussions on Tumblr happening at the time that have long since been forgotten and aren't included in the decontextualized screenshots.
And you do understand that declawing specific animals like cats, for instance, is considered in some spaces to be inhumane, correct?
True, but it's not considered a violation of public decency laws.
I see. Do you
A
have
person
something?
who declaws his cat is not considered to be violating public decency. And that was the specific context of the argument. It was rules about public decency. And my argument, as part of that broader trend of arguments, is that you can't have a set of laws that will regulate it. You do actually have to involve human judgment. You can't just say, make things illegal if I'm uncomfortable with them. That is never going to produce a coherent body of law.
Now, if you
I
don't mind
saw that
pausing
one
real
of the
quick,
examples.
I do want to just point out that declawing is the only thing I touched. In the thread, he talks about obviously spade and neutering, as well as taking out not only just claws, but rupturing their Achilles tendons, removing their eyes for decency, and slashing their vocal cords so they would be unable to speak. In most pet spaces, that is considered inhumane and actually a crime. If you are found, if people find that out, some of those things are crimes. Those are considered animal abuse.
I like the framing of the conversation around the decency laws is great at ignoring everything else that he mentioned.
Be responsible and
almost
neuter
like
your
that'll be a
human.
thing.
Oh my god.
Yes, this is British Bob Barker. Everybody, spay and neuter your animals.
Holy shit, dude.
You named was also breastfeeding.
Again, discussed, but did I ever say it should be illegal?
No, you didn't. I'm just saying it was one of the examples you brought
Exactly.
up.
It was discussed in the context of this is something which could potentially make people uncomfortable or even traumatized, but you can't realistically criminalize it. You do have to defer at some point to human judgment, and this is just the sociological implication of Girdle's. I need to give my hair a trim. It's been a while since I've done that. This is just really the sociological implication of Girdle's incompleteness theorem.
Okay, here's the thing. We can be as intelligent as we want and use academics to kind of like prop up our arguments. But if you get on a live stream and you are incapable of communicating your idea to average viewer Andy, you are struggling and like it is not helping, okay?
Yeah, that was that. I'll let the video play, but he does get angry at a certain point, and we'll get there.
Like I get it, you know, the theorem, Girdle's incompleteness theorem, right? Where it's never going to be as complete as physically possible. The ability of, again, it's like the idea is that you can have human judgment intervene on laws to make ad hoc calls on things, but whatever.
You cannot have a set of axioms that produces a worldview which is both consistent and comprehensive. There will either be things that are true but not provable, or there will be contradictions, or in many useful examples, there will be both. This is unfortunately getting into what the limits of the law are. You cannot make a law that effectively legislates your entire moral worldview into effect.
I see.
And that was a discussion I was having with, surprisingly, people on the left on Tumblr.
And if I can ask one more question about...
I'm sorry, I'm being a pause Andy right now, Fauci. But it's like, I think a lot of conservatives and many libertarians, I think a lot of libertarians would draw a line with certain like measures of public indecency at some point.
Yeah,
I think like
There is something in this argument that was not lost on me, but I kind of wanted to let him speak, and I don't really double back to it because I didn't want to kind of like just kind of like look at ear cropping, tail docking, and debarking. Thank you, Cybersmith. Great. But it was one of those things where he was ready for a fight, I think, and I didn't want to give that to him because that's not what this was.
Yeah. I mean, rightfully so, right? You didn't go in there with the intent to debate him.
Yeah.
I'm simply refuting his points because I need to fill the dead air.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. Be the pause Andy you were meant to be.
About the human pet thing, because it was obvious that you put quite some thought into it with the whole thing.
I wouldn't say I put a great deal of thought into it. I'm surprisingly good at improvisational thinking. That entire thing was off the cuff.
Right,
It's
but
really surprising because with cutting the
improv.
what's the name for it? The ankle thingies.
The Achilles tendon.
Mhm.
Yes,
Yeah,
that was something
excuse
I'd been familiar with as an injury that people could sustain in medieval warfare.
Well, that's what I was about to say. I think too, as someone who's worked in improvisational acting and other things like that in the past, it does come from a basis of knowledge. It comes from a basis of understanding and a basis of being able to pull and collate like-minded, not necessarily like-minded ideas, but similar ideas that create a body of work. So in that instance, let's say if you can transport yourself back to when you were creating that response, in what fashion did you, if you can identify what specific I would say reference points helped you create such a strong improvisational response?
Oh, I can't recall exactly. You have to remember this was more than 7 years ago now.
Yes, it was.
So I can't possibly remember what exact reference pools I was thinking of at the time for something that happened 7 years ago.
And then I know that over the years, people.
I will say this. I think a lot of people would hate on his style, by the way.
Oh, I love his style.
I like his style, right? Like, I couldn't do that, but he does it, and I think he does it pretty well, honestly.
I told him straight up in the call. I think because he'll go on. Oh, I really need a haircut. I said, I love your hair, man. It looks great. You don't need to wear the hats all the time. Listen, that facial hair takes a lot of care and diligence. It is curved and like circular, and that is hard to do.
Yeah,
jowls are very difficult.
He obviously, it's like, okay, you look like you run like a coal mine or something, but like you look like it looks good, it looks cohesive, it all makes sense. I mean, for me, I don't think a bow tie would work. I'd look like I'm the bottom twink, right? And he makes it look good. Same thing with the suspenders. Like,
but here's the thing: would you wear it if we gave you enough money?
I'm not even addressing this any further.
Oh, yeah, no, he looks good, man. I told him that.
Have identified you, as you said, your name has been spoken to power. What do you think about the way the broader internet identifies you or views you, for instance?
Well, again, it is largely due to events having been taken out of their context, and this is a problem I see with a lot of shallow thinking. And it's the same issue you made with the idea of display pineapples. You're viewing display pineapples from a modern context in which pineapples are not an especially exotic or valuable commodity. The problem is you are failing to take into account the context in which they were viewed as that.
Right, but we are just making fun of an historical context. We can laugh at previous historical context. I wasn't saying that it was a generalization on, let's say, the British people, for instance, because then that would continue to look at the atrocities that individuals have committed long throughout history based on human beings and based on what their forefathers or what their ancestors have done. We can look at things in a satirical manner. I'm sure you yourself have looked at things. I did see.
The problem is that the left has essentially erased the notion of satire as a distinct form of media. You now treat satire largely as news. For example,
Oh.
true or false? Sarah Palin said, "I can see I can see Georgia from my house."
So just to let you know, just as a
True or
small,
false?
just a
True or
small
false? True or
interruption.
false? Answer the question. True or
All right. Yeah. Yeah, he goes like 0 to 100 real quick.
Whoa. Okay. Alrighty.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. Okay, listen, he's autistic, all right? Like, I don't know another way to put it, but it's just like, I don't know how he can read your tone incorrectly, personally, right? I think you have a very, it's a very even, calm candor. You're not, like, trying to instigate, and that scared me. Yeah.
It was a really interesting moment because as I'm speaking, I'm watching the camera and him point at the screen. And I was really confused for a second, and I was just like, wait, what is happening? I'm just specifying what the stream is about. It's just it was a moment in time. I think we go into it a little bit more, but it was this moment in the interview that I changed how I viewed him a lot. And I knew, and I really changed how I had to conduct it. Because again, I didn't really know a lot about him, but I could tell that this was a sore spot. This being known as the human pet guy is not fun. And I don't think it's fun for him. Unless he's playing a character that he's been playing for 8 years, and God bless him if he is. I would say that to his face. I mean, this is
Diesel.
I don't know.
Here's some money.
This doesn't come from
Please
somebody
reduce
who's
the
not
number of
necessarily
ads
who
on
hasn't
your
been
lives.
hurt by other spaces.
Well, it's like, if you're the human pet guy, like, you're never going to be taken, like, he's never going to be taken seriously, and he can't ever take it back. So,
And he hasn't been. Yeah.
False.
Okay, so you're not going to scream. I did not scream at you. You don't need to scream. It's okay. Just to let you know, this is not a leftist channel per se. Maybe some of us are progressive, for
Has that
instance.
given you enough time to Google the answer?
No, it doesn't have to give me time to Google the answer. I can
you
see
answer
that
the
I
question,
can see
please?
that I can see that you're a
Can
little
you
upset.
answer the question, please?
No,
Can
well,
you answer the question? True or false?
I'm not going to answer the question because I wanted to give
And here we see.
context. No.
Because this is the problem.
So you asked to come onto the show, and I have been very kind about it. But what I just want to say is just to give you some clarification, because I understand maybe some of our videos maybe have given you a difference of opinion. Yes, some of us may have progressive views, for instance, and it is okay. It's okay
I'm
to
not
think
even
that.
talking about specifically progressive views.
Okay, but
talking about views that
you
have been
continue to
shaped
say
by the left.
leftoids, and I would just like to clarify.
Yes, I am including you within that. I am including you within that.
That is perfectly fine.
There's no reason for him to insult you. There's
Yeah.
no reason.
Listen. I was like, okay, so you're screaming on the internet. I don't know. Like, see, Cloudy makes fun of me. I'm gonna out her for a second. She makes fun of me for not having things on my walls. Now I kind of see why it's kind of scary, because not having things on your walls is very scary.
Yeah, it kind of like it helps like
Sargon needs
make
dopamine.
it look less like you're ready to get up and leave after you kill someone. Like
It's not helping. It was that's the thing. He was so used to fighting people.
Yeah.
I really thought that he really thought he was coming for a fight, and I was just like, no, nah, dude, we chilling.
Fine, but that is not what's happening here. Because I'm trying to explain it to you, and you screamed. There was no reason to scream. I am listening to everything that you're saying, and like I said, right?
Answer the question then.
Like I said before, well, I would like to clarify something because you screamed, and that's inappropriate. I've never screamed at you and won't scream at you. Okay.
Oh man. You do the when I get mad because I had to chastise somebody who was like a friend of mine recently.
Mm.
My homies are like, Diesel, I never see you get mad. You're always just like very stern, like a dad.
Diesel, he
And you do
needs
the
the
same
nitrous.
thing.
I had to because I knew he would run if I didn't.
Yeah, no,
'Cause it's either
it
he
is
looks for
it
the
is
fight or
it is
doesn't.
the right thing to do. Like it's just like it's a very adult way to handle somebody who's like
Yeah.
clearly having a moment.
Yeah, and Starshine really points out he never like gets loud like this again, because I don't let it, because I wasn't gonna let it, because I wasn't gonna match the energy.
This is not a leftist channel. We are asking you questions more around just how the internet views you. So this is not what this channel is about, and that's not what this interview is about. And I do apologize if you think that
Failing
you
to
have.
declare your political views doesn't mean you don't have them, and I do challenge you on that point. You've said this is not
Okay.
a left-wing channel.
No, it's not.
I think I could argue, oh, right, so how do you avoid your own views biasing it? Because I think it's fair to say all of you are on board.
I think
I'm here
that's.
for the first time.
Mhm.
I'm no centrist.
It's very, very simple to say that yes, we all look at things from a political standpoint, but if you would like to have a political argument, we are not the channel for that. I can direct you to a channel, channels like Westside Tyler or other instances.
I had to listen. There are channels that have helped us get a little bit bigger than we should be, so I gotta rep them a little bit.
Exactly.
listen. I was about to say, if you want a full interview, there's this guy named Diesel IRL. FDS Diesel.
Again, I would like. I'm looking at this and I'm like, this is so interesting. Like I
Yeah,
don't even want to have a political discussion with him, but it's like I'll do it if that's like the content people want. But I think he's just like a really kooky guy, Like
you guys, you listen. You guys would get along because he's a Pathfinder DM. Like not like no
Really?
joking. Yeah,
Oh my
he
God.
loves Pathfinder, and that's like a really sore subject for him because they kicked him out of He'll explain this later. They kicked him out of a Pathfinder, the Pathfinder Reddit because they found out who he was.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised, but like also that sucks, Like
Yeah.
damn.
Mm-hmm.
Those are political channels. What we are here is this is for the purposes of satire. This is just the purposes of understanding.
Don't bully him, boss. I want him to talk about stuff he likes. It's a funny thing, and I don't know if I'm like being like too sympathetic to people, but like I cover ridiculous like doo-doo ass people all the time, and then I find moments where I'm like, oh man, if circumstance was different, I think we'd be really good friends. Like Grace Thorpe is someone who's just like a disaster, but she's also really charming and just like super funny. Yandere Dev, obviously horrible what he did, but then he also has like really impassioned views on like Persona and Yakuza and like all these like things that I like. So it's just like it sucks that like that's like you're on opposition, really.
Mm-hmm.
Like I could see I can see there's a side of him that's not infuriating.
Yeah. It's just like he always touches it. We haven't even gotten to the fun part yet.
Internet history and maybe even quote
And here
unquote
is
people like to say drama. I don't like to use
Here
that
is my
term.
objection. Here is my objection.
Okay.
You have used this term satire as though it's some inherently apolitical concept. But my argument is that because the modern woke cultural Marxist fake news left uses satire to launder its views, so to speak.
The fucking mouthful. Ah!
I really do think the ability to communicating your political beliefs is just as important as having good arguments. Okay? If you like Japanese away, nobody will want to listen to you. Like that's just how it is. Okay?
Yeah.
People like listening to Ben Shapiro because he can easily describe his beliefs in a way that a normal ass person can understand. most right-wing people will not understand what he's talking about when he says things like that, right?
yeah,
Because
no,
it's just
definitely
too
not.
much.
Even in ways that are considered apolitical,
Mm-hmm.
that makes the concept of satire as something that is inherently non-political and at best outdated notion. And
Okay.
this has been true for decades now. And
So
that is why I would like you to answer the question.
so you're
True or
using
false?
a
True or false?
okay.
Sarah
So
Palin said she could see Georgia from her house.
so that wasn't she did not say Georgia specifically, but we're not going to go there, right?
No, she didn't say any of that
Mm-hmm.
specifically.
So
Tina
again,
Fey said it when
again,
pretending to be her on Saturday Night
Can we
Live.
just pause for a
Again.
second?
That was
It's Russia. The claim was, "I see Russia from my house." That is the satirical line. I just want to point out that he got that wrong when trying to like get a gotcha on me, which was a very bizarre movement. I was like, oh, okay, I guess this is where we are. The why it was an interesting thing. It was she did say X is right. Yeah, she said Russia, and it was just a weird thing. He got really mad at the satire, and I really think that it's I felt a level of empathy when he started like kind of like getting upset by it.
Well, yeah, I did too, because I'm like, oh, this guy's been on like the receiving end of like getting shit on for like a long time, right? And that's you can like see it if somebody's like not absolutely completely insane, you can kind of see it wear down on them over time, right?
Yeah. I also kind of got the feeling that he thought we were younger than we were, and I was like, oh, this is what's happening.
He's trying to teach the youngin type thing.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
satire, and yet it influenced how people thought about Sarah Palin, which influenced, I believe, to some extent, the 2008 presidential election in the land of the eagle. So no, I do not believe you get to rope off satire and say, well, this isn't political because it's satire.
So
a large number of people of this generation get their news from people like John Oliver or Spitting Image or Jon Stewart.
Or Ben Shapiro.
Or
Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, Ben
Shapiro,
Charlie Kirk.
does not claim, and Charlie Kirk does not claim to be engaging in satire. Jon Stewart,
right, but they are satirical in the nature of their lies, though.
No, they aren't.
If we're going to say that, right?
They
because
aren't engaging in satire. They are
They're
very
not
open about
journalists either.
that they're talk. They call themselves journalists. The problem is that
They're not.
Jon Stewart, John Oliver, Spitting Image, all these fake news, Illuminati, cultural Marxist lying bastards.
And there we go.
Whoa. Okay.
Yep.
I don't like. Here's the thing I've learned as I've gotten older, right? And maybe you can attest to this, right? When people are so entrenched in like their beliefs, and they say stuff like that, you just go, like if I was younger, I'd probably like engage, but now at this point, I'm just like, okay, that's what you believe. All right,
right. And it was a thing too, because I didn't expect it. So here's the thing: I expected some of the monarchist, some of the libertarianisms that came out. Did not expect the Illuminati mention, and that mixtape gets dropped a bunch in this conversation, and I was very caught off guard by it. I was like, oh, we're here now. This is the realm of conversation that we're going to be touching upon ever so often. And it was the thing where it was confusing to me, because I sit here and I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, libertarians hate both sides of the argument. And that's part of the thing, is that libertarians, personally, they advocate that everyone has a personal nuke, like it's Fallout New Vegas. But if I remember correctly, it wouldn't matter, because the libertarian mentality is that even the right is incorrect in their portrayal of news media and their portrayal of facts. So it did catch me off guard.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about it on stream, where it's like I've spent a long time like doing conservative libertarian politics, and generally it was like the traditional like Warhawk right wing is like, wrong because they helped encourage us to go into do the Iraq war and Afghanistan, and then the left is wrong because they're deliberately misrepresenting the beliefs of the traditional right wing conservative, and so both sides are like being like disingenuous, right? Which is part of why I identified with that when I was younger. It's not, maybe things have changed, but generally, like, I again, like a libertarian Marxist type thing, not to harp on what Josh said earlier, but like it's just something that is, in my opinion, as an American libertarian, stands in direct opposition to like the core tenets of that political philosophy. But
Yeah, it is interesting. I also didn't bring up the fact that libertarian monarchists is kind of a contradictory statement, because you are believing in a centralized power of some kind, where, from what I understand, libertarianism is is government and decentralization, not to an anarchist degree, but it is to a specific degree.
yeah.
They call themselves satirists. They call themselves comedians. Stephen Colbert called himself a comedian, but his actions are influencing political perceptions. So someone like Ben Shapiro or Charlie Kirk is perfectly straightforward. He'll say to you very honestly, I am a political actor. I am engaging in political punditry. My actions have a definite political bias. And I am quite happy to call myself a conservative or a right-winger or a reactionary. There's
Steven
no
Crowder.
dishonesty there. They are quite openly calling themselves...
I like how QTV, he keeps bringing up like examples, which are all correct, by the way. He's making very good points.
Yeah, no, QTV did a really good job at bringing up specific people, and the Steven Crowder is a really good example. And we go into it because Steven Crowder, for those who don't know, Steven Crowder is a, I guess now more fringe, since he fucking blew up whatever happened at the Daily Wire. Because, he wanted a lot of money and told his wife that, hey, maybe, I know you're holding twins inside of you, but can you have this toxic dog dewormer? I got to go to the store. Fucking insane on the brain now. But yeah, it was one of those things where it's like, for those who don't know, Steven Crowder is a comedian. He calls himself a comedian. And it's just like, I understand what Cybersmith is trying to say, that there is, there's a political bias in a lot of that information, but specifically things like Stephen Colbert. I think Stephen Colbert is a really good example for those who don't know or weren't old enough to know. The Colbert Report was specifically designed to be a right-wing pundit doing news and being satiristic of right-wing pundits and right-wing media. And so, like, he does present a clear example of what a comedy show would have been under the guise of being a political pundit of some type. It's commentary. It's literally what we do on the internet right now.
Political,
So-
and they are quite clearly coming from a right-wing perspective. My argument is that the left continuously uses the shroud of satire, the mask of satire, to conceal its nefarious agenda.
Well, would you not also say that someone like Steven Crowder, for instance, uses a lot of satirical nature in their media consumption, and as well as their media portrayal? That's something that was always been a part. He has always claimed to be a comedian of some kind. That's always been a part of his portrayal of the news, that he sees it. And I don't think, personally speaking,
He has never used being a comedian as a defense. If we consider, for example...
That's very incorrect. That is okay. So I'm going to call. That's not correct. Okay, so he's used that. He has used that multiple times when he makes racist caricatures of people, but not going too far into politics. Because again, this is not a political sphere. Again,
Just gonna say this one time for people who don't know, Steven Crowder very famously has a black lady voice as a very like pasty white man who felt so bad about his body he got fucking surgery about it.
Oh my god, dude.
Like the boy, he like said he got life-changing surgery and it was just like some like fucking back realignment to make him look taller and to like make him lose a little bit of weight. So but no, like, and that was the thing. I was like, you're gonna dismiss a very real criticism of Crowder that even people on the right make a criticism of him for. Like, it was a very interesting thing, and I don't like harping on politics so much, but it's like this is public information. We know these things about these people.
Yeah.
What do you mean that this is not who they are, who they say they are? That this is.
That's a really easy one to fact check too.
Yeah.
About Crowder shielding himself behind the comedy of it.
Yeah, because he's done it so many times.
It's
And
practically a common bit. Hell, the Quartering just apes that bit and applies it to his two black dads. So,
Listen, don't worry. I forgot to bring up Alex Jones and the woke mind virus. They're making me. The frogs are making me gay, and they made me say all those things about those children.
oh my god, it's a great Alex Jones impression.
Thank you. I try.
I can
And
recommend
Stephen
you.
Crowder
I,
never
I,
claimed
I can.
This is-
I
This
can.
is my
political
problem. You say
channel.
you're not
No,
getting
no.
into. You say you're not being political, but that's the same thing Jon Stewart said in his infamous
Okay.
interview with Tucker Carlson.
Okay, so
That was the same argument. I'm not being
Alright.
political. I'm just being
Oh,
funny.
so-
Well, you are to some extent being political, and you're using comedy as
Uh-huh.
the mask from which you project these
Mm.
political attempts to undermine Western civilization.
So Cybersmith, I want to ask you a question because you had a very stark reaction when I was trying to explain the nature of our channel, as well as you've been having a very stark reaction now. And this is coming from a place of a genuine honesty. I kind of get the sense that you feel like you've been dealt a bad hand by the internet in some way, shape, and form because you
I feel like humanity has been dealt a bad hand by the internet.
Okay.
Yes, the internet through deep.
Okay, interesting.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
okay,
he's
I'll
he's
let him
making
cook.
bangers and mash.
Yeah.
Contextualization has, although it is in some respects a fantastic tool for people to inform themselves with, has in many ways become a biased instrument with which to mislead people. For example, consider the effects of the Google search engine algorithm
Mm-hmm.
and how much that has affected what news sources people see and how it affects people's common perceptions. Google will promote certain sources, which are often the only sources people look at, that promotes a certain view of the world, a certain view of individual figures, and a certain way of considering reality that has, in many cases, damaged, I believe, people's understanding of the world. The modern generation, the Gen Z, as they're called, or even Gen Alpha, they are less technically literate than even younger millennials like myself. I'm actually, well, I'm either a very young millennial or I'm very old Gen Z. I'm either the oldest Zoomer or the youngest millennial.
How old
I was
are you?
born
If
in
you don't mind me asking.
2005.
Oh,
That's
okay.
common knowledge. I was born in 1995. So some people that say that that's the cutoff point
You're
for
younger than me.
millennials. Yeah, some people would say that's the cutoff point for
no.
being
Oh.
Oh man.
Yeah, just to put that in perspective, he was born in 95, chat. He is if he was born in 95, he's like what, 27? Oh shit, I think he's your age.
Yeah, he's like no, he's a little older than me. He's in his
Is he?
95. He would be in his 30s now. Yeah.
Well, no, 90. No, I'm
95?
93. I'm
No,
93, and
so
I'm
he'd be like-
31.
Yeah, 95 is a millennial though, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's just 95 is about what, 2 years younger than me, so he would be 29 at this time.
29. Okay. Yeah.
And then 8-ish years ago, he would be in his early 20s, so 2021 when he made the now infamous human pet post.
He completely lost my train of thought. Whatever, it'll come back to me. Fuck.
millennial. Some would say,
Yeah.
well,
No, okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Like he's not particularly wrong, you know. We have all this access to the internet and I mean, you know, people would argue it's a net positive and it's great we got all this information, but all the information It's having all these detrimental effects. Like, I have to actively go out of my way to make sure to focus because the internet is so distracting now.
And he's not wrong. He's actually very correct with his assessment of the internet. But what I think is very interesting, and again, woke mind virus, it will come up again. But I think what's very interesting in this interview is a lot of the things that he is expressing. I feel like he's seeing it from the realm of how he was viewed by the larger internet audience as a whole, because this would be the first thing that he would be found out. People found out his information to a degree where, he was publicly posting his face, but it was at a somewhat to a detriment. When does the lol cow become a moment?
Yeah.
Well, you're a Generation Z if you were between 1995 and 2005. So that's kind of the issue that you're running into. But my generation, my year, that was essentially the last year in which there are going to be computer literate people. Modern people, they use technology, but they don't understand it. If you look at a child trying to use a file system now, they don't really understand how, because they've never had to interact with one. They've used apps that interact directly with it. They've used programs that have their own file types and their own direct way of interacting with those file types. A lot of people can't, let alone can't use a simple WIMP interface, so Windows icons, mouse and pointer, much less anything like a command line interface. So I think in many respects, the way the internet has been used by these manipulative organizations that work for the Illuminati and that serve the global left as...
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, I told you.
Okay. I would love to talk to him about that and his... I don't, okay. Open mind. Okay.
Open mind. He says it. He says just one thing, and then it flips. It's always the thing that makes sense and then flips.
Yeah.
Tremendous detriment to human flourishing, and I think many people have been dealt a bad hand. The human race has been dealt a bad hand by the internet.
So, but again,
I always say the new generation got soft because they don't get read horrifying fairy tales. We just had this discussion earlier, because they don't get read horrifying German fairy tales.
Yes, the horrifying German fairy tales would fix the youth of today. That is correct. But one thing, and this is, again, and you explained yourself very well, do you yourself feel like you've been dealt a bad hand by the internet, the way the internet perceives you at large?
To some extent, yes, but I recognize that as being part of a broader trend.
And I guess this is my question
in
to you.
The same way, I recognize your claim to be satire as part of a broader trend.
Okay. So again, just asking you, have you yourself, how have you dealt with something like this? Honestly speaking, how have you dealt with some of the
dealing
notoriety?
with it right now.
Okay. I mean, sure, you're coming on to us, and we do appreciate that. But again, my question to you is, have you dealt with it in your everyday life? For instance, have people ever recognized you, or when you go on the internet? Because I do know, if memory serves me correctly, you had said that Cybersmith at one time was banned off specific platforms for some of his views or opinions. Is that correct, Tim?
You'll know that I've had multiple Tumblr accounts. You'll note that that Tumblr account is not the one I use now. I am now the Cybersmith. That was part of the lot of accounts that were deleted from Tumblr. And of course, I've gone through several, well, they were called Twitter accounts back then, now X accounts. But thankfully, Elon's been a lot less censorious. So absolutely, there is a problem.
Thank you, Daddy Elon. He is not being banned from the internet. I love you, Daddy Elon.
I had to mod my entire Twitter interface because I didn't even want to use 90% of the features they have right now.
Yeah, it's they just throw things at you, and I know Grok 2 is already existing and already being a time, from what I've been told. Oh boy.
Another issue with the internet is you have to look at patterns of behavior, and this is something software developers have to consider. What is the path of least resistance on the internet? And I think part of the issue with how we communicate with each other online, it's not just that algorithms tend to filter us towards people who are like ourselves, it's far too easy to block people online.
Mm-hmm.
And this results in some sense, the modern generation being, although they have the greatest ability to communicate, in practice, they are the most ideologically sheltered group that there's ever been. Because consider, for example, some peasant farmer in the 1200s. Who would that person?
I would argue, Cybersmith, I hope you would realize that you are impacted by that too, because of just how they design these things. You know, like he works in software, right?
From what he expresses, he has a background in software. While I didn't want to press him for his current job, just didn't want to give any kind of doxing information. He does express that he has a background in software.
Yeah, so he like, you know, as much as we all shouldn't try to put ourselves into little ideological camps and not interact outside of it, we can't help but do that because every system in place, even Twitter, the For You system, works exactly like this. It puts you around those things to keep you not only engaged, but focused around things that are going to either agree with you or deliberately irritate you, because they know you better than they know yourself. So he is also a victim of these things too. And I don't know if he realizes that.
I think he does, but I think it's just because of the fact that he speaks from a very heady point of view. Because I will say this, like you mentioned earlier, a lot of it is kind of almost talking in circles around a point and not really addressing it. It is very heady in a way. Of his understanding is in depth to a certain degree, but it doesn't answer the better question at large.
Yeah.
Social group be? Well, it would be the farmers next door. It would be the blacksmith in the local village. It would be the miller he sold his grain to. It would be the local lord. Now, if those people had political views that didn't align with his, or religious views that didn't align with his, or ideological views or philosophical views that didn't align with his, there's nothing really he could do about it. That was the only social circle he had. So your average 1200s peasant probably had more intellectual diversity in his social group than the modern internet person who just blocks anyone with whom that person disagrees and then is directed by an algorithm to other people who are in ideological lockstep.
So my
This is the problem.
So sorry to interrupt
we are not
you.
challenged intellectually because we, unless we actively do what I do, which is seek out people with opposing political views, we don't speak to people who don't agree with us.
Okay.
Because of the Illuminati.
Okay, that's
every time, buddy. You just
It's like he literally didn't need to say that. He felt the need to mention it. You know?
Yeah. I'm trying.
Okay, and QTV's hood ornament brings up a good point. Does he not realize if back then it was the 1200s, you had differing religious views, you'd likely be killed over it? You know, that's the thing. Back in the day, the reason that we all want to agree with each other when we're in a tribe is because that helps the overall social cohesion of the tribe. So generally speaking, a group of people in the 1200s are going to have similar political beliefs, not more diverse political beliefs, because it is better for the survival of the humans to agree with each other politically to avoid conflict. So it'd be less likely to have intellectual diversity. It's just because we put ourselves in tribes. It happens.
Right. It's a sense of tribalism, and what he is expressing is that people are unwilling, specifically the left, is what he's expressing, which he's expressing that they are not willing to hear his points of view. And again, we have to remind ourselves that kind of comes from a place of he was the one who was known as the human pet guy. And his other tweets and statements since the human pet thing have been weird. I wouldn't say bad, but weird to a degree.
But yeah, the Illuminati thing, I wanna understand what the right, because I'll say it when we cover conspiracy theories, is depending on the conspiracy theory, it requires more people involved. So why don't we all know about this shadow government? Why is it only a select few that know about it? Why is it hidden from us still?
Right, and something really interesting that I think about when he constantly mentions the Illuminati is that would not his monarch be directly in bed with said Illuminati, because it is the idea of maintaining power as the one world government. The concept of Illuminati is that there is a shadow government running all governments there. Having a monarchy does not exclude that kind of concept from happening. It actually, in certain regards, may make it happen even more, because one of the things that you learn in history is that a lot of people sent their kids to different lands to assure alliances.
Yep. I really want to just because usually when somebody's like, I believe in the Illuminati, not only is there other like coordinated beliefs along with that kind of develop this entire like being of a person, but there's like a whole cosmology to it, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, the Illuminati are real. Where are they headquartered? Underneath the Denver airport, right? Like, what do they do? Well, they engage in like mass social manipulation to, turn everybody against each other or something like that, right?
Serfs need to get back to the fields. SMH.
Illuminati. So you are of the belief, and you don't have to wax poetic on this. It's just a yes or no. You're of the belief that there is a global elite of some kind that is separating humanity. Is that New World Order? Correct.
I'd say belief, but you can literally go to their websites and the videos they make. The Davos group is not a secret conspiracy. They openly exist.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying there are some people that don't believe that.
You've got the Bilderberg Society. It is very well known that these people exist, and they will admit to their plans in the open. I don't think you can. So, is it a belief they exist? Well, yes, they definitely do.
So I guess, Cybersmith, if you don't mind me asking then, and it's a little bit of a divert, but I am genuinely curious, what are some of the things that you do in your own time for instance, either hobbies or things for yourself? Because I think if I can just expand a little bit of what you've been saying about people not understanding, people that don't agree with one another, things like that nature, I'm very curious how you, like, what do you do in your normal life? Because I think that the sentiment that I'm getting is that from you specifically, a lot of people have judged you on the internet per se for specific takes that you have. Now, I don't agree with them, and that's completely fine.
No,
I don't have to agree with them.
They aren't judging me on takes I have. They're judging me on decontextualized. For example, you'd never seen my YouTube channel before I linked you this comment. You were going to make an entire video about me.
Well, I had seen the YouTube channel. It was in there. It was in there. We were just double checking that it was attached to your channel. I did see that you spoke about Atlantis, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so if you see my video.
Oh yeah, he spoke about Atlantis. Also believes that dragons are real, and the leftism is what's killing dragon talk. By the way.
Okay.
I will say, listen. Fuck it. Yeah, the dragons should be real. I don't see how that's a political stance, but.
I'm really, really, really trying not to be overly mean, but that is insane.
It's a fucking tweet or Tumblr post.
Listen, you know what? Fucking gun to my head. I wish dragons were real. I wish so badly dragons were real.
That's what I literally said that. I'd be like, I'd fucking go right wing if that made the dragons real. I wouldn't give a shit.
Fucking sign me up for Project 2025 if dragons are real.
Yeah, because like fuck it. I don't want these fucking little feathered bullshit fucking dinosaurs. I want real ass dragons. Blow fire, blow ice, do whatever the fuck they do.
Shit.
Oh, what's up, Quite?
Hi, Quite.
You'll know what some of my hobbies are.
Okay. Well, I'm asking
you. Can you name some?
I'm asking
you. Should know if you've seen my YouTube channel. You should know. For example, what baking is one. I've made multiple videos about my baking. I recently uploaded a video of some rolls that I made on my X account. But that's the thing. You don't actually look at my account. You don't look at the videos I post. You would know the answer to that question.
One of your hobbies.
Wait, what
You
was
also posted some of your cooking pictures on
Mhm.
your
Yes,
Yes, you did.
Twitter.
So that
on your
so
Twitter?
you do actually know you do know quite a bit about my hobbies, or you would if you looked at the accounts, but you don't.
So
What you're
I am
mostly looking
asking.
at
Oh, pause
is
for a second. I
screenshots
do want
other
Okay.
people have
I do want to
taken.
point this out.
I would-
It is a thing that Cybersmith. I'm gonna give you like debate 101 real quick. You can't just agree with somebody and then just say you didn't do the thing that I said you did. It's this like I don't need to like I love you, man. You were super nice. I would love to have you back on. Fucking come on this broadcast. That is not the point at this time. I'm just asking questions because I don't really know you and the audience doesn't know you. My brother, this is content. We're creating content together. Sorry, I had to just say that. It's just like a thing. I'm like banging my head on my fucking desk, being like, there are people in this chat that don't know you.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's neat that he's a baker. I want to know more about that.
And I'm glad you asked.
I've heard this guy say a lot, but I'm not sure what he actually believes. I could take educated guesses, but he might.
Yeah.
Like I didn't at no point until he said the word Illuminati that I think he believed in the Illuminati.
Yeah, I did not think that those words would still have come out of his mouth.
He's like from a D&D campaign. Listen, maybe he's crazy. I think he might be. But this is like, it's the fun kind of crazy. Like it's always been like crazy, just horrible criminals that we'll cover, right? And it's been a lot of that. And this guy is like, as far as I know, is just a little goofy. I mean, a lot of goofy, but it's like, like we could sit around here and we could joke and think it's funny, but then ultimately he's really not hurting anybody. Like he's not.
He's just like a normal guy that loves to bake.
To be honest,
Contextualized examples.
if
Go
you
on.
could listen for a moment, if I'm honest, I'm the one who actually followed you for quite some time. And so the others here don't know that much about you.
So
So
we
that's
are,
also
they
why
were
we
I'm
are
going to
being
make an
introduced. But honestly,
because this
but-
was a stream where I would introduce you to them. So I showed a few things to them. And we were going to go into depth about it. And so it's very nice that we have you here so
Yeah.
we can ask about the things we don't understand. Because
Oh my
in
god, dude,
writing,
you're doing such a good job right now, too. Holy shit.
Do is so great in this, and I have to give her a real shout out. I gotta give everybody a shout out, because QTV and if everyone sees Mod Greg is there, Mod Greg will do a very Mod Greg thing, but do did this thing where she just diffused it because I really think that he thought I don't know if he was expecting a woman to talk, but more importantly, I think that he just thought that people just don't care about who he is as a person.
Yeah.
And that's how I wanted this. And the moment I heard him be mad, I really wanted to structure the interview like just to know his personhood because that's what I felt like he was angry about. That's what I think he's really angry about. No one wants to know his personhood and know anything about him. And when he argues with like a Keffels or I don't even know the fuck esoteric whack Mac or whatever the fuck he says his name was. Never heard of that guy in my life. They just see him as they just see the beard. They don't see it for the man.
Yeah, they like, okay, this guy dresses funny. He has like kooky beliefs. Fuck this guy. And it's just like, okay, I get it. And that's like a thing that'll happen in like politics space. And it'll even happen into drama space too. But I don't know. I mean, me personally, maybe I know I am of the minority when it comes to commentary channels that I just can't muster up like a lot of hate because somebody's like weird or even has like a strange fetish. Like, let's say he like, I clearly there's like a hoo cow trans fetish, but like I can't even get mad about that really. Like
he also I will say this: if you scroll down further, he does do the diaper fetish thing. So I'm sure him and Pamper Chew would have a lot in common.
Of course. Okay, well, you generally the pamper thing is like an indicator of much worse things but I will, until I am presented otherwise, I will assume it is none more than wanting to enjoy a diaper.
Mm-hmm.
You don't often know what goes on in the person's head, and now we have the chance to ask you directly.
Right. And there's and I would like to say this. I understand that you are upset, and that's okay. And I do want to say this. First and foremost, it's okay to be upset that you feel like that people don't understand you and things like that, right? But the reason that I am asking you those things is there are people that don't know that, and they know your face, for instance. And like I've said previously, if you watched part of the stream, first and foremost, I'm going to compliment you on your facial hair. I do want to kind of get that out of the way. I do think that is a labor of love, by the way.
I had to go and rapidly shave all the stubble off.
Oh, wait, we gotta pause right there.
He shaved to get on stream, dude.
Yeah, he shaved to get on stream, and look at that smile. Look at that pretty little smile he got. Look at that. It's like someone showed him a little bit of kindness, and he's like, oh wait, maybe they're not fucking insane.
Yeah. Because somebody like a Keffels just wouldn't, or if Keffels were to mention something like that, she would just make fun of him for it.
Fucking Keffels is too busy fucking stealing from our audience and snorting some coke. I don't really know.
Too busy doing coke.
She was probably doing fucking lines while she was interviewing him anyways.
Oh man. That was very nice of you. I didn't even shave for this stream. I shaved for this stream, chat.
Oh, I shaved for this stream, and you guys can't even see my face. Listen. I always clean up for Diesel. If Diesel has the call, I will be there immediately. Fucking baby oil and all.
Yeah.
Delay. I was
fine.
Not long back from the gym and started hoovering when I realized people were talking about me.
Right, and honestly speaking, that I can tell that that's a labor of love of some kind.
Grab raid,
that is
back
a
in with the
fully
raid. Very
involved.
Hey!
Very poggies.
Hello, everybody.
Experience, and I guess that's my question to you is that what do you want the internet to know about you as a person, and not just the screenshots of things. Again, some of the things that you may have said, I don't agree with, and that's okay. Or just the way that you presented the materials and information, totally fine. But I am genuinely curious, what are the things that you would want people to know about you as a person, not you as the idea?
You act as though those things are separate, but as I said, I've made my name a word of power.
Mm-hmm.
How does a man transcend himself if not by becoming an idea?
Okay.
Oh my god, that is a interesting answer.
Yep.
Okay. Listen, buddy, I just want to know what you do for fun.
That's all I wanted.
Okay,
It's all I need.
You might have become an idea, but you still take poops in the morning like everybody else.
Again, but you also said in your own admission that the internet is controlled, right? That the way that people are perceived on the internet and almost segregated on the internet is influenced, correct?
But the way it uses that influence is by creating a path of least resistance and trusting that people will follow that path.
So again, my personal question to you is, what do you want people to know about you? Listen, again, we don't have to agree at the end of this conversation. That's not really the point of this. But I think something that one of the chatters did say that I think is interesting is that it is very interesting in a way that part of the way that your name did come to power in one sense was not of your own design. It was people finding certain things about you and proliferating that onto the internet. And commendable that you've taken that.
Ash, with that pause, it looks like he didn't really know the answer to that question, so he went back to what he knew. Because he's so used to people arguing with him. Yeah. You know, it's hard to get people to like break down those barriers, you know, and that's what they're doing right now, is trying to break down that barrier.
Yeah, it was like, listen, I didn't know enough about his own politics to make assumptions and to debate him on it. Mm-hmm. So I can only go off of the quite literally like 3 bits of information that I knew about him, and then scrolling through his curated Twitter timeline. How about?
I mean, I will say I didn't see anything. I mean, there's some. There wasn't anything that made me go, what is happening in here? You know, it was more like, you know, there's bondage. What's another? The trans femme cock porn.
Yeah. I guess I just I didn't expect whole on the timeline.
I didn't expect. Well, it's like, you know, it's funny because when you read through his Twitter, it's like political statement, political statement, political statement, butthole, political statement, political statement, retweeting like 3 or 4 different porn things at once. Okay, he was gooning then. Okay, political statement, cute thing about baking, political statement.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like there's a lot going on. Like it's like the Twitter account of just like a guy,
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
It's and then the only reason people know about him is because of the pet thing.
Pretty much. He's just a dude, and he's been A-logged ever since.
Mm-hmm.
And made it your own thing. But again, what would you want people to know about you?
Well, one thing, I do engage in creative writing. I actually engage in poetry sometimes. For example, later tonight I've got a game going. It's if everyone shows up, it'll be a normal session of Pathfinder, and I tend to document those when I'm in a game. And for this group, I tend to write a poem for every session.
That's so neat. That's so neat. I like that. That's so. You'd never think that. That's so neat. I don't even take notes on my sessions. I just remember everything in my brain.
That's sure you do.
That's why everything is really confusing when you watch it live.
What do you mean when you have 15 tabs of just enemies open? You're like, I'll just pick maybe this one this time.
That is literally what happens.
That's what I do all the time too.
I really like that. That's a really good idea.
Yeah. It's really fucking sweet of him.
Yeah.
It looks like someone's going to be missing it, so we're going to try out the new Starfinder 2nd edition rules.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting. I actually, as a game master myself, and I know one of our individuals here, Greg. He's currently away from his computer right now. I know that he also plays games, but Pathfinder, it's a very nice module that I've been trying to get into, but just haven't had the time to read through, as my history is more with Dungeons and Dragons and running games for those and people who are not too familiar with tabletop games. And that's it's really kind that you that you write poetry based on your game sessions. How did you get into that?
That's a real cool extra.
A little bit, I suppose. Back in school, I used to I used to write poetry for English class. It was something I found quite frustrating at the time, but later on, I did a little bit as a hobbyist, but mostly prose, mostly a prose.
Yeah, and that's very interesting.
You know, one day he's gonna make some trad femboy housewife very happy. You
want to know what? Listen. I think I hope Cybersmith would be the trad one in that relationship. I hope the femboy has a very high paying job in Parliament.
You could be a nice house husband.
Yeah, he would be an awesome house husband. He goes along, like fucking paints his little fucking minis, hoovers the house everywhere, and then kind of just sets up everything and just cooks. And then, you know, the femboy wife comes home and you know, he's all dapper and he's looking so nice. Like, it'd be great for him.
Oh man.
So if it's too personal, it is okay. But would you mind sharing us a piece of your poetry?
Well, there's something you can, again, if you follow me on Tumblr, let's see if I can pick up.
Well, again, I admittedly I don't. I'm a I
I think
admittedly
I'm the
never
only
use
one
Tumblr.
that follows you.
Yeah, admittedly, I don't use Tumblr at all.
Right. Poetry. So one of my more recent parts, this was actually inspired by, this didn't end up being in the session write-up, but it was something I thought about from Pathfinder. So I'll send you that. I'll send you
and I will
that one. Let's
pull it up
see.
on stream.
Here we go.
Yeah, you shared it
Grab
here.
that link.
Okay. You put it in here?
Me furiously trying to figure out fucking Discord and OBS at the same fucking time. I'm literally like, so this is my 6th stream. I'm just trying to fucking figure this shit out.
Oh man, I get to see everything.
Listen, it's okay. Listen, if everyone in the chat got to see, you see Diesel's right there. He does answer my messages. He doesn't take 48 hours for him to never answer a message.
Oh shit.
Oh, shit.
Killjoy 40k. I'm currently doing a GM DM improvement thread in the West Side server to help new people navigate D&D and other TTRPGs. TTRPGs are rad. Hey man, it's a fucking base ass time to be getting into stuff like D&D and all that. Gotta be honest, not too stoked about the 2024 editions of D&D rules.
It's such a mixed bag because you could clearly see them pulling from the community for literal just homebrew fixes, and then here's monks over here being like, hey, can we just fucking get better ability scores and not have wisdom just thrown at us as a weird we need it but also dump stat?
There is a lot of, it's very much a mixed bag, dude. When Hal's read through all of them, and she, like, you get her yapping, she does not stop. It pisses her off like to no end, and she plays way more games than me. But we were like sitting around and we were like, because we're making a book, and I was thinking, I'm like, fuck, this new edition of D&D is gonna come out at the same time we're finishing the book. This is gonna suck. Like, all of the like information will be out of date, or like some of the rules that we're putting in the book is like alternate rules are just things they're adding in a new edition. And I'm like, okay, gotta get rid of that. Like, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the issue with the new player's handbook is, one of the things I don't like is, while I appreciate that their statement on the new player's handbook is, oh, it'll work for the original player's handbook, the 2014 edition, and what currently 5e is. The other issue is that, oh, we're just also repackaging subclasses instead of, I don't know, just making better rules and then fixing everything outright. It's just, no, we'll just repackage subclasses, get ready to buy them again. Thanks fucking Wizards of the Coast. Let me buy the same fucking 4 subclasses for the 50th time for $50 each. Fucking arm and a leg.
Starfinder 2nd edition is coming out. Yeah, I still haven't read Pathfinder. I got the whole book. I haven't read it.
Yeah, I've Killjoy has told me that I should get into it, and I've read parts of it. It's just like, it's just so much easier to do D&D when I know it.
Yeah, that's the problem. I don't know. I've gotten really good at reading rule books. I learned Cyberpunk Red, like, maybe in like 2 sessions. And that's a pretty chunky one. Vampire the Masquerade was also decently easy to learn. But Beckett was a DM for that, and he's pretty fucking good.
I think it's one of those things where it's as a GM, it's a lot easier for me to just say fuck certain rules and just do whatever I want sometimes. Like, for instance, sometimes there's a spell that takes an action. I had a player that was a paladin, and I was like, nah, your smite can be a bonus action because you're literally level 2 and you're not having fun. Like, let's just leave it like that for right now.
Yeah, no, we definitely, I know I ignored it. You know, the entire first time I ran D&D, I accidentally used a 2-action economy for the entire campaign.
Oh, Diesel, what did you do? It's okay. I always I had a mod game until Diesel ruined it because he likes to stream on Wednesdays, even though he told me to my face that he would fucking do it to me. But in said mod game, friend of the show and everyone loves her, Nani, picked a wizard. She's never played D&D, and I was like, I'm just gonna hand you fucking spells. You're gonna be a glorified fucking warlock. We are not doing this today. It's like, oh yeah.
You know, Killjoy, somebody ran a Kids on Bikes, and they were like, oh, I didn't like it, but maybe it's just dependent on the DM that's running it. They were doing like a Stranger Things type thing, but doing a JJK thing is very based. Powered by the Apocalypse is very good. I know I'm working on an MPT video about Powered by the Apocalypse. This is very off topic. This is like nerd autism moment. Okay.
We're having fun. Let it be. Because guess what? There's a small reveal. Something really nice is about to happen.
Put this in. Sorry, chat. We're just gonna get into this real quick. I do want to give Cybersmith obviously the props that he deserves if he writes poetry. That's honestly speaking something that, as someone who doesn't really use Tumblr, I did not know about you, and I do think that is and interesting. It says URL not found, just as a heads up.
I've reset that.
Let's try that again. Oh, there we go.
All right. So that was inspired by thinking about what the world might look like to creatures with low light vision, which is slightly distinct from dark vision. And one of the reasons I don't particularly care for Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition is that it compressed low light vision and dark vision into the same thing, which, in my opinion, significantly degrades the quality of the game and how you think about light sources.
Very fascinating. Do you mind if I read this on stream to our listeners who are currently watching? Because some of them may not be able to. Okay, I'm just going to read it.
All right. I just need to pause this for a single second before we get into reading this. Cybersmith, I did not tell you this when we read this. My friend, please pick a better typeface. It was so fucking hard to read this typeface. My fucking face is in my computer screen because it's just the elisions, the little spaces between the words and just how the cursive works. It was just too close.
Yeah, it's I'm having that problem too. Yeah.
The poem is called Ode to the Brightness of Midnight. By the pale blue light of the moon, my love. By the pale blue light of the moon. I shall come to dance with you soon, my love, by the pale blue light of the moon. For the stars, they shine in the sky, my dear, and the sea water glistens below. So shed not one tear, and don't cry, my dear, as the mountaintops blaze white with snow. The lights of the night shine so brightly, my heart, in a way quite distinct from the day. By midnight, I see things quite rightly, my heart, as it chases the shadows away. I'll meet you in time, 'neath the moon, my sweet. Yes, we lovers shall reconcile then. I'll visit by starlight cover, my sweet, until dawn comes to part us again.
So Diesel, how you feeling about that?
That is very nice.
I can't believe this is the same guy who's like the pet play guy, you know?
It's actually like it's kind of good.
It's kind of good. Yeah.
And again, it's like that's something that like people wouldn't, and that was why I was trying to get to him. People would not understand this about you because you jumped down my fucking throat the moment we met. And I'm like, listen, hey man, like this is actually sweet. Like, I don't know anybody who would do this.
Yeah, I don't know anybody that would do this either.
Yeah.
Like at all. Like it's just it's neat. Like I've literally never seen a GM do something like this. Like this is the first time I've seen this. And I've seen a lot of like weird things that like GMs do for themselves or
Mm.
their tables. You
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
I will say this. I would be remiss in saying that your poetry is quite heartfelt. And I do think that is a nice thing to show. And I guess to expand upon that, when did you for yourself find that poetry was a creative outlet specifically for your Pathfinder games or any of the games that you ran?
Well, that was I'd say over the past
You're
year.
asking really good questions, by the way. Okay. You're asking
thanks.
really good fucking questions. This is really good.
Thanks, man.
Like, it took me years to break down Yandere Dev, but you've gotten this guy to open up very quickly, and I think that is quite astounding because it's very difficult for sometimes. Because people see me and they like figure out who I am, and they immediately get off put, and they're like nervous to talk to me.
Mm. I don't listen. It's not doxing myself. I really don't give a shit. I work in mental health. I've literally had to interview people while they tell me they will wear my skin like a fucking like tourniquet. Like this was he was honest. Like this was nothing. He was unassuming. Like he was a genuinely a nice person when he stopped being vitriolic. So I was like, okay, we'll just talk.
Celestia, is it weird that I want to cuddle this man?
My man is good
Me
at
too,
yapping,
me
boss.
too.
Smiling face with hearts.
Oh, thanks, Cloudy.
I think playing Pathfinder in 2019, my first real exposure to TTRPGs back then. So I guess that would be when that started. But yeah, I've engaged in creative writing on and off for a long time.
Mm-hmm. And then, how do your players react to this? I'm very curious. Is this a group of friends that you've been with for many years? Do you play games for newcomers? I'm curious how you find your players.
Almost entirely online. There are various ways. A lot of places have sources for people looking for groups.
Right.
But sometimes you find it through word of mouth. Sometimes from it's someone from an older game you were with recommends you to a newer game. So all sorts of ways. Discord is pretty useful for that.
Yeah, Discord is very useful for that. And it'd be remiss for me to ask you this. But for you specifically, it seems like creative writing, for instance, and being creative on the internet is something that you honestly take pride in. If you're showing that and you display that onto the internet, is that something that you do in your normal everyday life as a part of your job? Obviously, you don't have to reveal what you do for work if you don't wish to, but I'm curious if that's a part of your everyday life.
No, people tend to be surprised if they've encountered my creative writing first. But I worked as a tutor for computing science and I've worked as a software developer. I don't engage in that much, nor in my daily life. I've also been told I have quite an interest and a knowledge of history. I really don't. I'm a dilettante in that respect, but that's still more than a lot.
Thought I had a big vernacular. Dude.
He is my man. Listen, my man Cybersmith. He shows the fuck off. He comes in a bow tie. His hair is done all nice, and he calls himself a dilettante when he says he doesn't know much about history. I think that's just a little bit of cope. He knows way too much about history, and that's not a bad thing. Literally not a bad thing. When you say some of the things that you have said, it is not just a cursory glance of history. You are someone who understands history very well.
A lot of other people, sadly.
Yeah, I think people get that impression a lot because you talk a lot about monarchy and ancient Rome, for example. I think that's how many people get that impression.
Well, yes, but that's having a basic awareness of the past. Which is something that I think most people have, and certainly most people who were expected to have any impact on public policy were expected to know.
Oh, we should get Cybersmith to debate what if alt history.
Oh no!
No.
No.
Like if I had to place bets based on who I liked more, I'd place him on Cybersmith. if I had to place bets on who would win, it'd probably be on What If Alt History, because he is like a billion times more infuriating.
No, you don't understand. My man Cybersmith, I put money on him. He's got standards, he has morals. Yes, he talks about owning a human pet, but still, standards and morals.
You should invite him to a D&D game. Talk to him in a space he's comfortable in, and he'd probably be pretty chill.
Honestly, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, that would probably be correct.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't be bad at all.
Mm-hmm.
Get him in the campaign with all the ladies. I don't know about that.
No. We can have a campaign for the boys. You know,
shit.
just for the dudes.
Even if we go back just 80 years, now I think the only major example of a person who, by the standards of even up to 80 years ago, today would be considered an educated politician would be someone like Boris Johnson. That was not considered an extraordinary amount of knowledge.
The Boris Johnson drop. That felt like a fucking bait, and I was like, I'm not touching this one. I am not touching this. Our UK lenders and British people in the chat will definitely know how Boris Johnson's let's say reign to power came to an abrupt and tumultuous end.
To have about history, that was considered a reasonable baseline, and most people today, including myself, fall far short of that. We are perhaps the most historically ignorant generation ever. Certainly, if you look amongst those of us who we consider to be educated and whom we empower to make decisions about public policy, we are by far and away the most historically ignorant generation that there's ever been, I think.
Mm-hmm. And it's interesting that you said you mentioned Boris Johnson, and it's a very interesting time in politics. And this is not a political channel, but I do know that his departure from his seat of power was met with.
This is not an explicitly political channel, though.
Oh my lord! Oh yeah.
I try.
As I've mentioned, I believe you are probably more political than you care to think.
Oh, I can say that I'm probably more political than I care to think, but I would say that such as questions of asking you about your Pathfinder experience.
Archaeology wasn't a thing until the past 100 years, dudes. It absolutely was.
Pause. This man. Sorry, I'm having a donut right now. This man starts fighting with the chat, and I'm like, why? Why are you looking at the chat right now? Why are you doing this? Please don't look at the chat.
He's trying hard to make people dislike him, but we refuse. I can't hate him, but oh my god, it's like that guy that you hang out with, and then he just always starts yapping about politics, and we're just like, dude, we're just like drinking, we're not being political right now, like.
Yeah, exactly. He is that one friend at the bar that you do like, but it's just you just sigh when he starts.
Okay.
Napoleon's expedition had archaeologists in the late.
Is he typing in the chat right now, Mac?
Yes, he is. He is typing in the chat right now. He's typing in the chat while we do this.
Oh Lord.
1700s.
Mm-hmm.
Napoleon's expedition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, what I would say is that, like you mentioned before, yes, I can admit that I have my own political leanings, but the reason I honestly wanted to bring you on and have some of these questions, and I do understand what Moy's saying, not necessarily by the modern.
What do you mean, not to modern standards?
Okay. Well,
that's not saying that they didn't engage in archaeology.
Oh
That's saying
my
they didn't
god,
engage
Moy! Moisty is getting them riled up right now.
Yeah, well, let's get there.
Modern woke leftist historical revisionism.
Okay.
Modern stat.
Cybersmith, let's you can argue with my chat when we are done speaking. I would just like to know more about you. I completely understand that you have, opinions on many political things, but I wanted to say again, the reason that I wanted to bring you on was not to necessarily judge you by either your political leanings or some of the statements you said. It's just all honestly to get a deeper understanding about knowing who you are as a person. I do think that's listen, again, we don't have to agree on everything. There's certainly things I don't agree on with you, but from what I can kind of gather from the cursory information that I know about you, I don't think people necessarily readily know about your poetry. I know that you post it, but that's more.
I didn't. Yeah. I knew that Cybersmith was like a crazy political guy, and that was it.
Right. We don't know these things about him. And I think he's just so used to people kind of A-logging him when he gets there, and the only thing they're focused on is the political stuff, is that it's broken him a little bit. And I feel bad. I really do feel bad. It's broken him partly. There's a sense of guilt I get when it's not troll's remorse, because I didn't fucking troll the guy, but it's like, you can tell that there's just something that the internet has been soured in different ways.
Yeah. There's like I don't know. It's like it's an angry cloud about it, like over him, like there's this baggage that comes with just him existing online, and he'd probably much prefer that he didn't have that baggage, because it probably causes a lot of trouble for him, because that's just how it is. Yeah, he also kind of does it to himself by bringing it up, though. Yeah. That's part of what like the lol cow gene, right? When I talk about that, where it's somebody's inability to not keep stepping on the rakes or saying what they really shouldn't, right? Like if he read the room, he'd realize, okay, I need to take this energy like down a notch, so that way people like don't perceive me as like a humongous asshole, right? Which is why we're trying to like put water on that fire every time he keeps trying to bring it up. And I keep saying repeatedly, I don't really dislike the guy, right? Because a lot of people watch these streams, are like, fuck this guy, I hope he blows up. And it's just like, why? Like, that's not how people are complicated.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think a really interesting juxtaposition, if I can, recently on our stream, we actually reacted to your Mama Max video, because I wasn't in the community that much when that popped off. And I'm watching you talk about it, and I'm like, oh, this guy's a fucking idiot. Like, his frontal lobe is just fucking shrinking, isn't it? Because he's a dumbass, and he does fucking stupid shit all the time. That's not really who Cybersmith is, but the internet kind of just... The internet is it's like a blunderbuss. It just fires indiscriminately.
Yeah, and it's like when you love the debate, it becomes difficult not to respond every time someone says something. So, it's like it kind of magnifies. It's funny. The internet magnifies bad events 10 times more than good events, right?
Yeah.
So, like, for example, Mama Max, and I mean, again, feel however you want about this chat, right? But and I know I'm not alone in this. I know Chud and Xylee have shared the same opinion as me. Right, like Mama Max started up like volunteering in social work. He got fired from all that recently as a result of people finding out he was doing it. Right now, was it because of poor background checks, or was it because of people, calling them and being like, "Fire this guy. He's a danger." Right. So it's like the question's like being begged is like, okay, we can like A-log people, but like if they shut up and they move on and they just live a normal life, how long are we going to keep doing this? Right. Like at some point you got to turn it off.
And I think the thing, like with a Mama Max, for instance, because it was something we went over on stream, because initially even I was like, yeah, I do. And I still do. I still feel a level of sympathy for him. I think personally, if we can react on the internet all we like, and we can shit on people on the internet all we like, but when you go at somebody's direct way of making wages, it gets really sticky. If the way they're making wages, let's say like a fucking Logan Paul for instance, where it's a rug pull kind of stuff, right? Guess what? It's a crime. He's going to get caught. but like it comes a time where when does the crimes, and this was something that honestly came up in the interview a lot, when does the time run out for his crimes against the internet, quote unquote, right? And for Max, what I would say to that is I don't necessarily think that, I think he deserves the right to live in a space, probably not working directly with children. But one of the things that always struck me is that in that whole conversation, he has never truly once apologized for specific people that he's potentially falsely accused. Not even the people he's failed by doing some form of entrapment. It's the thing where he hasn't potentially apologized for that. And I think that that's kind of where it comes from too, in regards to what Cybersmith is saying is that you have to defend yourself so long on the internet that you don't even know what that apology is. I'm not saying that he has to apologize for the human pet thing. He probably should walk it back, even though he says it was a thought experiment. It's just one of those things where it's like you get too wrapped up in defending yourself that you don't see the forest for the trees.
Yeah, and it's like somebody like Cybersmith, you've moved on so far from like the basic point that it's just like, yeah, what would you even apologize for? I don't even. The human pet thing is wild.
Yeah, it's fucking insane.
It's wild. I don't even know if, honestly, I don't even know if you'd have to apologize for that, right? Like, or
just
like,
gotta rock it.
Yeah, you just gotta be like, I said that a bunch of, like, I said that, like, I don't know what to tell you, like, that was me,
like, fuck it. The best thing for him to do is make merch off of it. If you want me to be like fucking big brained, fucking make merch off of it. I don't know.
Cybersmith leashes.
Yeah, like I don't fucking know. Like at that point, like there's nothing you can do because you became a meme. You know, early YouTube, and I don't know if you and Beckett will go over it, but you had like early YouTube, like the, you know, leave Britney alone kind of stuff, creepy girlfriend. Like those people were quote unquote cringe online that, you know, owned it because there was the content that they were creating. Nowadays, if they did something like that, fucking people would be searching their home addresses.
Yep. I mean, the episode we just recorded of Internet Explorers is on Linkara, and I say after I haven't put out the Jeffree Star episode, but we talked about Linkara, and it's just like the whole gag is the Lightbringer thing. He wrote Lightbringer when he was a teenager.
Yeah.
He is like in his 30s, late 30s, just trying to talk about comics. Like, and his Power Rangers rant, where he talks about Power Rangers coming out, almost a decade old.
Yeah.
And people are still joking about it.
Yeah, you don't really, the internet follows you, so either you own it and you make it your own, or you hate it for the rest of your life and it consumes you.
The people who follow you for different reasons, whether it be positive or otherwise, I think that there is a lot of what's going on. Moist, you're fine. You're fine, dear. Don't worry about it.
I also have one question that's kind of random, but are you familiar with Tipster?
Familiar, yes. I believe we've spoken a few times. He was on Keffel's Discord a number of times, so I'm familiar with him. We've spoken in passing.
Do you have any opinion about him?
Not much. I can't say I've ever really.
Dude, hold on. The fact that he's like not much right now, and he's not really saying anything bad about Tipster is wild, because you know Tipster would just rip this guy apart. Okay?
Yeah, pretty
Tipster
much.
would rip this guy apart because Tipster is a spineless fuck.
Yeah, pretty much. And don't forget, it'll come up. I don't really care to say it. My man, like, fucking Cybersmith, he's a trans rights activist, in my opinion, man. If you fucking look at his Twitter, he'd be fucking trans rights activisting every day. Like, fucking Tippy, take some notes. Fucking Jesus, you know, you may be selling like bathroom HRT, but fucking Cybersmith is in the streets.
Oh my gosh.
Looked at his content. I understand he's a woke leftist Marxist, like most of you.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I wish he would stop insulting you.
It's so funny when he does, though.
Oh my god.
He's a bit of I like
He's
to call him a
cringe.
skinwalker.
Yeah,
He's cringe, exactly.
He
He's a
is
bit of a
very cringe,
skinwalker.
yeah.
Fuck that dude.
But I
And
guess
again, the left eats its own. Same thing happened to Robespierre.
Oh fuck!
I would
man, he
argue that
just says-
commentary is more right leaning, and they ate Tipster, but
Yeah, I was about to say Tipster is a fucking funny one because again, like Dew said, he a fucking skinwalker. He fucking deleted everything on the channel and was like, "Fucking Keffel's my cocaine queen." Like, please.
I like how Greg. Did you call Dew our foreign correspondent?
Oh yeah, that's what we call her. She's our foreign correspondent.
That is so funny. I love that.
Yeah. Listen, I give Dew all of the credit in the world because unironically, without her there, I would have known nothing about this guy.
I'm not a leftist, so I
yeah.
can say it.
Again, you can everybody eats their own, but that's not the point of this conversation, right? But I did have something very curious to ask you, right? So you found yourself on a stream like
Oh, this is a good question. You think it's intentional, like he's purposefully trying to get you mad, so you drop this quote mask of friendliness and make his assumption correct that you are doing to interview maliciously?
100%. That was the sentiment that I was constantly getting in this interview was, and I don't think he does it. Consciously at a certain point, especially when he talks about the left eats itself again, because I do think that he was. I think he's just so used to being there and just kind of like struggling the entire time and having people hate him that he was waiting for us to get into a battle of hypothetical ideas. And that's the one thing I will always say with a lot of political debates on YouTube is that it's a bunch of hypotheticals, but then none of these people do anything about it. Nobody is on the streets doing anything. The furthest they'll go is maybe donate some money. They're not going to their local chapters. This is on either side. Some people do. Some people of poll YouTube do, but there are some people that don't. And it's just like, I don't need to get involved with this. It is the lol cattle pattern. It is exactly correct.
Yeah, it's happened before. I've had it when I go in and I talk to people where it's just like they're waiting for like the other shoe to drop for me to be like, oh, so you're wondering why I brought you here today? Conversation.
Yeah, like literally, like ask me about these scars. I'm like, no, I'm good, thanks.
Keffels, for instance, how did you find yourself on that? Explain to our audience how you found yourself on a platform like that.
I believe she was going to interview Bird Respecter, but he was having technical issues and he asked if I could do it instead, so I did it instead.
Mm-hmm. And how did you feel about that overall experience? Again, this kind of ties into a little bit of the curiosity that I have about you, right? Because and take this by no disrespect, in the grander internet circles, right? If we're looking at internet speak for say, some would consider you a lol cow in some regards. But again, I'm just more curious as to how you would find yourself on that platform and how do you feel about said notoriety, irregardless of how you've transitioned to it.
Regardless or irrespective. Irregardless is not a word.
I know, I say the word incorrectly.
Come on, pal.
I'm giving him a fucking olive branch and my man wants to just like fucking grammar me down. Like, brother, like, yeah. Fucking look how I know what he fucking looks like now. This is like some deep fucking Fauci lore, but you fucking watch PBS Kids, and there's a show called Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd Century. He fucking looks like Robot Watson, and it's killing me. And I realize it again. Still love the facial hair, I love it, but with the fucking bowler hat, it's perfect.
I do apologize, but regardless of that, thank you very much. So when you found your
archaeology is more high tech nowadays, Sanderson Shaw.
okay,
Well, by that standards, Indiana Jones wasn't an archaeologist, and if Indiana Jones wasn't an archaeologist,
Indiana Jones wasn't real.
I know. I was like, Indiana Jones wasn't real. And to Moist credit, Moist is just trying to explain that the way, and it's very real, the way that we view archaeology as a science is quite honestly very different than when we look at modern archaeology today. It's like any science. Well, you fucking thought like fucking Newton threw the apple and was like, oh, this is the brilliant idea. Like,
no one is an archaeologist.
so Cybersmith, can we just answer the question real quick? I would just appreciate if we can ignore the chat for a little bit if you want to rejoin the chat. So my question was, it very simply, people would consider you, and by no disrespect, I said this again, a lol cow by internet standards. And you found yourself on a stream of Keffel's, and while I don't agree with a lot of her takes and whatever that may be, I'm very curious how you found yourself there. You did express that before, and how you felt about that experience overall and the grander experience of how the people view you on the internet.
Well, I think how people view me on the internet, and something that showed me, was a lot of people who consider themselves quite educated about politics and who speak on it are profoundly ignorant about a great number of things, and perhaps worryingly don't realize how ignorant they are. And there's that there's the old graph of as your knowledge about something goes up, your awareness of how much you don't know about that increases. So there's a sort of there's an unfortunate stable point where you have very little knowledge and a great deal of self-confidence. And I think I've fallen victim to that, but so have a lot of other important topics.
And this is,
and how would you identify?
Well, he's able
this
to
was
admit it.
Yeah, this was the moment I feel like he finally let go a little bit.
Yeah.
Because this was the moment where he's admitting that even though he doesn't say it, he's admitting when he came into our stream, he jumped the gun. That he was ready to fire and didn't know. And I think that that's the thing is that he struggled a lot with that concept. He wasn't ready to go for that concept. He didn't know what that concept was somebody being kind to him on the internet in a way that's not necessarily directly from his own circle. And I think that was that. You know, I mean, he may vacillate back and forth, maybe eat my words for a second, but that was a moment I think was a good moment.
Why do you fallen victim to that same fact?
Well, interesting example would be a lot of people have called me a fascist or argue that I'm in favor of government restrictions because they don't understand very much about the history of monarchism. Take Keffels, for example, who assumed that monarchies were inherently authoritarian. But throughout most of history, when monarchies have given way to republicanism, the result has been far more authoritarian. For example, did you know there were fewer than 1,000 total Okhrana agents in all of Soviet Russia? When the Tsar...
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Neither. I was really like, what the fuck is this man saying?
Sure. I have no fucking clue.
Someone somewhere, that's their fucking sleeper cell code. Like they just initiated it. I was like, what are you fucking saying, dog? Oh god.
I don't listen. If that is a debate with Keffels, maybe he won, but only because he has like an autistic knowledge that I know Keffels does not have time to dedicate towards anything because he's too busy pretending to work.
Oh my god, yeah, I know.
I was in charge in all of Tsarist Russia, rather, before the Soviet Union was established. And they were almost all focused in Moscow, and the people they were looking at would be the people the Soviets would consider bourgeoisie intellectuals. They weren't spying on individual peasants and trying to control what individual Russian peasants did. Your political freedom in Russia...
Cat in the chat says that he's talking about specific agents that would make other people disappear in the USSR.
Prior to the USSR.
Interesting.
was way higher as a peasant under the Tsar than it would have been as a
Mhm.
proletariat under the Soviet Union.
So I have a question for you. Are there any things on the internet, and if you can't express on it, are there any things that you would take back that you have said? And this is not, let's
This
say,
is another really good question you're asking. This is a really good question.
Mm-hmm.
in regards to, oh, I don't agree with this take. You could say that you don't agree with that statement now. That's perfectly fine. But do you think that there are parts of how you have showed yourself on the internet that you wish you could take back? And if there are, what are those things?
Off the top of my head, I can't remember them exactly. There have probably been times that I've been rude to people or thoughtless to people that I would generally try to take back. I've probably had bad days where I've been irritable and I've said something unpleasant to someone, and I would take that back. I do try to be a cordial person towards people who whenever possible.
Yeah, and I think that that was evident. I understand that you were a little bit heated before, but you've been cordial with me this entire time, and I do want to again express that appreciation. The reason I ask is that there are some times where infamy, let's use it as the term that it is, can be it can be daunting. I guess that leads into another question. When did you first find out that you were somewhat infamous on the internet specifically? I'm curious.
Well, you have to remember I was on Tumblr was when the human pet post initially spread, but I was pretty well known even before that for other comments that I'd made and other disagreements I had. I'd been on Tumblr for I think about a year maybe before that post happened. And I was fairly well known there for other things I'd said. So that things people had taken out of context as well there. So that wasn't a huge surprise to me.
He's supposed to have some mad hot takes on Tumblr.
That was something that I would love to know what other accounts he had, just to be like, hey, like, because it feels like he's just a semantics Andy. It's so fucking obvious, and it does feel like he would go into specific places and just like say random. If you have it, I really want to. This would be a good time to pause for a specific example. In the thread, there is the dinosaur one I was talking about. You just read it. It kind of just shows just like the depth of he just wants to argue sometimes. It's a really funny moment. I know. Do and both Do and Cloudy were telling me that he's had some more wild takes. But I honestly think the fucking dinosaur one is so funny. It's just so bizarre. Not even bizarre. It's just like sometimes, like you said before, sometimes you just have the friend that argues all the time.
Yeah. Going through it now, I'm looking for something about dinosaurs.
If I have it, I'll just send it to you myself. Let me see if it's there. Go to the Cybersmith thread, and she posted. You know what? It might not be there because it was white. So let me go to our thread real quick on him. Okay, here we go. Copy image. Give image to Diesel. Wow.
Okay, let's take a gander at this piece of internet information right now. My favorite explanation for the supernatural is ball lightning, because what you're really relying on is it wasn't anything paranormal. Sometimes storms simply produce plasma balls with the properties of ghost sorcerers from outer space. Cybersmith responds. Another is when leftoids dismiss evidence of dragons by claiming they were just dinosaur bones. No, there weren't dragons. It was just the square cube law defying impossible tyrant lizards who ruled the world for literally tens of thousands of years before the space rock liberated this earth from their cruelty. You believe in dragons now? Do you not? Why does every single human culture, except for some of them, but let's overlook that for simplicity's sake, seem to have stories about humans interacting with them?
Yeah, and it's just like it's so wholesome. And then he says like really, and then he says some really crazy shit. Like, let me see if I can find one that I particularly like.
I don't even know how to like broach that.
Oh boy.
I also like how it's like couched in the politics language. Like, what is it's the like the left hiding dragons is wild.
Well, yeah, but then he says something like this that I'm about to send you, and I'm just like, what are we doing, my friend? Why are we like this? Oh, it says, no, it's not that one. Give me a second. It's the left hiding dragons is maybe a personal favorite. Because the leftism is hiding dragons. They really need to fix that. God damn it, Joe Biden.
Dark Brandon, and he's actually just a lich. Hiding the dragons from us.
Nah, but fuck a lich. He's probably an Athilid. That's why he just his skin's so scaly.
Okay. What? Femboys actually being oppressed by trans women, or vice versa, is a sexy premise for erotica. However, all things in moderation and in their proper place. What is that? What do you mean by that?
I don't know what he means.
Crouching leftist hidden dragon.
It's just like there's just such beauty in the way that he writes. I honestly love the way he writes. It's so interesting.
Is there like having too much femboy on trans woman erotica? Is that what that means?
Yeah, that's what I'm confused about. Like I wonder if it's one of those things where he's just like, oh, they're really coming down on it. It's just so funny. And there's obviously the other stuff on the Reddit, but it's just but again, like he just writes like super like weird things. Like the sexual stuff is very confusing. And then obviously and he says stuff like the woke mind virus. Oh, Cloudy says she sent you his flat earth take.
Actually, if the Earth is flat, the effect of gravity could be the result of constant upwards acceleration. I've heard that one before. You know how you feel heavier momentarily when you go up in the lift like that? Gravity is a consequence of mass is only needed on a round Earth, and in order to satisfy certain relativistic concepts. Are you a flat earther now? I'm not taking a position here, merely pointing out that your question is easily answered. The flat Earth model does not require mass-based gravity. Linear acceleration works for that. Yeah, I feel like he does just like to argue sometimes.
Yeah, he's just like that.
I don't know if I believe that he's also a flat earther. Like, that's too good to be true. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like he just wanted to make that person annoyed.
Yeah, that's sometimes why I think like part of the human pet post is supposed to be satirical in nature, because like he just tweets like he says things like this. But yeah, no, you gotta love him. You gotta love him.
It would be a bingo card for sure. I mean, usually they don't believe in all of them. Like, you know, you believe in Illuminati, but you're like, no way, like Earth is flat. Like Alex Jones doesn't think the world is flat. Okay,
yeah, no.
He will attest that. He thinks it's ridiculous that people think that.
He's just Alex Jones is a funny man.
He did call himself a reactionary, y'all. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
Yeah, the issue with upwards motion is that it only works if you have infinite acceleration, because after you stop accelerating, the effect goes away. Yeah. Yeah, Diesel, you can't deny his beard is majestic. That's true.
Yeah, no. I would never deny that. Oh my god, I love him a little bit.
But as we are talking of it today, how did you feel about it as it was happening in the process of this? As you said, the Tumblr post, the human pet post specifically, is about 7 or 8 years ago, if I remember correctly. And I'm curious, in that 7 to 8 year time span, how have you viewed the way that your notoriety increased on the internet? Was there some trepidation? Was there joy? Were there drawbacks to it? I'm very curious how your experience was.
As I said, because I was mostly engaging via Tumblr, I wouldn't say it was too bad. It's been annoying sometimes. There are cases where people have seen out of context things I've said, and they've concluded, "Oh, you must be a terrible person," and I've been kicked out of groups or banned from places without a chance to explain any of that. But I think that's largely due to those people being censorious woke Marxists who work for Red China.
God
So
damn it!
I mean, you know, it could be less insane than that. I would argue, you know, what did they say in medicine? Think horses, not zebras, you know? Like,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, brother, like, you could have just said that, like, it's awful that you got censored, but then it's the woke mind virus, Red China. It was the China guys.
Honestly, it's so much that it's like it borders on parody.
Yeah, right. Like, Greg said this in the chat. Like, is this kayfabe? And I'm really on the line about it. Part of me thinks it is, but then, like, it begs the question: why has he been living in this same space for like 8 years? Apparently, this space that he lives in is like his mom's home. So I don't really know where he lives.
So here's another post. So under her rule, the British armed forces defended us from communists, terrorists, and Republicans. Good. That's why we have armed forces. They gunned down peaceful protesters instead of concentration camps, my dude. Just take the L. She's not... It's always with this same person. He's arguing with this person all the time.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Him and Autistis expression really they went at it.
Concentration camps aren't always bad things. It just means that the population density there is higher than average. That reads like bait. There's no way that's not bait.
What the fuck does that mean? Cybersmith, come on, man. Oh God.
That is an insane one.
Oh, goddamn. Why does he say these things?
Cat wants to explain the dragons.
Oh, hello, Cat.
Cat, you're on.
Cat, you're live on air.
Hello. Happy chef to everybody.
Fuck me. This fucking Chef Boyardee shit keeps following me.
So,
all right.
Cook.
Go ahead.
Cook.
All right. So understanding dragons. So one thing you might notice is that almost every culture in any form has had dragons involved. You have, of course, your like European dragons. In Latin America, you have Quetzalcoatl. In East Asia, you have like sea serpents. So a lot of these dragons are based off of natural disasters and these giant unexplicable bones that would be randomly found. Nowadays, we know these bones belong to dinosaurs. So, for example, let's go into European dragons. You're just this random little peasant, and you find this gigantic femur the size of your house. Well, it's very difficult to explain. So your first thought will be like, oh shit, there's a monster. And with other cultures, dragons were usually symbols of like natural disasters. For example, one thing you will find, I believe it's immediately after a earthquake, are oarfish. These are the longest boned fish. Yeah, boned fish. I think they're only smaller to like whale sharks. And they are gigantic animals.
Yeah, but the leftists might be hiding the dragons from us.
Yeah, I don't think you understand. Bernie Sanders is hoarding all of the bones.
Answer that one, Chef Boyardee.
Come on.
Absolutely. I was sent by the Illuminati to say that dragons are in fact very cool, but they're just dinosaurs and fish. They're just misunderstood stories to make an understanding of what a natural disaster can be. For example, the what is it called? I should know this. I'm Mexican. The chupacabras. In reality, I'm clicking yes on this. So
Yeah.
monsters like the chupacabras might be just misunderstood because it
Dinosaur
might have
bones
just
were
been a
placed to
coyote with
test
mange.
man's faith.
Dragons in most cultures are represented as either these like gigantic snakes, because they could have been interpreted as, for example, gigantic boas, and just giving it. I'm not a glowy. Shut up. And just expressed as larger. It's like once you find an oarfish, that's usually a sign of a natural disaster incoming, because they are deep sea animals. A deep sea animal being found. On God. Am I a glowy?
Can I
I
be
mean,
honest? I don't know what the fuck a glowy is.
Oh,
Really?
yeah. So a glowy is I can't say those words. But it's a schizo way of saying government agent.
Oh, okay. Diesel, you have to remember, I am boomer. I am your boomer mod. I don't know things on the internet.
How does dragons being real have less of a percentage yes than is category?
because the woke mind virus is trying to come into the chat. You need to understand the gay frogs. The dragons are real. Fire breathing dragons from above.
I can't believe the op block got their first breakout story.
Listen.
Cat is a fed. God damn it.
No. Cat, you're not a fed, buddy.
Technically.
Oh God, Cat. Anything else about dragons, Cat?
This is a simulation. This is a simulation.
Fucking Christ.
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
Oh God, I love Cat.
Cat's great. Cat's great. The Chef Boyardee bit last stream was really funny.
do you know how that started?
Yeah, Slaw explained it to me. He was giving me the lore, and he did show me a clip of Cat eating
They be
Chef
putting
Boyardee.
chemicals in the lair
Fucking
of shadows to turn
man.
freaking dragons gay.
It's fucking raw.
Well, like, I mean, you can eat it, you know. It didn't look okay. I'm not a Chef Boyardee fan, but it looked like good when Cat was eating it.
Diesel,
You
I
know?
will take your friends of the Italian American community card away from you if you say anything nice about Chef Boyardee.
I don't seek it out, you know, but if it was provided to me, I think I would eat it, you know.
All right, we can get back to this.
Probably in that case, inevitable. Those are just people who refuse to hear any other worldview or any other perspective. There are probably some people who would have been willing to approach me and have interesting conversations if it weren't for the notoriety. But I think on the whole, I've probably had more interesting conversations because of notoriety than I've missed interesting conversations. All things considered.
And I'm curious. You said that there was a moment where you were barred or taken out of groups. For instance, can you recall a specific time that happened and how that made you feel?
Well, one example would be the Pathfinder 2 subreddit on Reddit. I made a number of posts there that were actually quite popular and well received, but I was kicked out of that group for no explanation. Well, actually, the explanation was you haven't broken any of our rules, but things you've posted elsewhere make us dislike you, so we're done. So that's largely just due to Reddit mods being tyrannical. So that was them acknowledging you haven't broken any of our rules. All of your posts here have been perfectly valid. There's nothing on Reddit you've done, but we don't like things we've seen that have been taken out of context elsewhere. But that is, that's the
that's actually really annoying. If you haven't done anything wrong in the subreddit, I I mean, I get it. Like a Reddit moderator could do whatever the fuck
Yeah.
they want, but like that's really fucking irritating.
Yeah, it was, and I kind of I understand it from their regards. I think something I cursorily know about Pathfinder that maybe I'm not entirely sure, but I do believe that the guy or the company that runs it is very like left leaning and very trans positive. If I remember correctly. I'm not entirely sure if that's 100% correct. Maybe chat can confirm this, but yeah, it does. That was like when he said that, I genuinely made a frown in
Yeah.
the interview because I was like, he's not escaping it.
Woke mind virus. That is the same ideology that led the Jacobins to kill the king in France. It's the same.
Jesus Christ.
I know.
It's like Reddit, dude. So like let's take it down from here to about here.
It's just so sweaty, man. It's and I want it, and he will probably watch this. And I will say this to him: you don't need to talk like this. I swear to God, we will be kind.
I know. Because I keep like sitting here going, Jesus Christ, every time I react, I'm just like making it more difficult for myself if I talk to this guy. But then in the same respect, it's just like would you prefer that I like put up a fake front?
Yeah.
Or just like be like honest about it? Like I don't dislike you. It's just that this is like it's so heavy-handed that I think if you're trying to win people, you wouldn't win people like this.
Exactly.
Ideology that led to the overthrow of the Tsar in Russia. It's the same ideology that got all of those people killed by the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia. It's a disaster every time.
I see. And what would you? I guess this is an interesting question that I did see somebody in the audience previously say, but I do want to ask you. You do reference Marxism and leftism a lot. And they can be two somewhat separate ideals at points.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm considering leftism in its most, in the broadest sense. Marxism is a specific manifestation of it. So you can also call into example Jacobinism, Whiggery. You can look at wokeism, DEI, political correctness.
Oh, the DEI. Oh, the DEI. Mark Grums would be so happy of his proudest soldier. Yeah.
There have been many, many manifestations throughout the years. I would say they all broadly fit into the leftist spectrum, if you will. That spectrum.
Yeah, I don't know what Whiggery is.
That's not.
I don't know what Whiggery is.
I was hoping we were gonna fucking ignore that when that came up. God damn it!
Wigger is like one word off of a certain word, but I don't know what that is.
I'm gonna have to fucking let's look it up.
There's like this website that like categorizes slurs for like everything, and I like learn new slurs because of that website.
Oh yeah, I know of that. It's like an anti-defamation thing.
No, this one it's like slurs.info, and I like learned like there's a word for like somebody who's 1/8 black. I can't say it here.
Oh, I know what that one is.
See, I didn't know what that one was until I heard Richard Spencer say it, and then I had to Google it, and it brought me to that.
The only thing
website.
I can see of Whiggery specifically, I don't know if it has like a different term, but it's an archaic term for like wearing wigs of some kind. So maybe it's like a British slang term.
Whiggery is apparently unnecessary procedure, said Moist Teeth.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it's a thing.
Beliefs, but if we're going to talk about what specifically would make someone Marxist, and that specific misunderstanding you have, and I think it does derive from that belief in the value theory or the labor theory of value, and the idea that labor intrinsically embodies something with value. So the idea that a pineapple is intrinsically worth something, rather than it's worth being determined by the context by a broader context.
Okay. I think one of the things I did want to ask you is obviously
Really need a haircut.
I think your hair look. I listen. I said this. I understand that you wear the bowler hats. In every picture that I've seen you, I saw your hair and I was like, oh, he has a really nice head of hair. You do have a nice head of hair. I hope you show that off more often. Personally speaking, but I do think your hair looks fine right now. But I am curious, about some things that you have said on the internet.
You're very good at diffusing. You're very fucking good at that.
Bro, I'll keep it a buck. I've had somebody put a scalpel to like near my neck. I've had to do this for a little bit. Like, it ain't fun. Oh yeah.
Internet. And just kind of, if you want to wax poetic on it, and we can kind of have a conversation on it. So in October 22nd of 2023, in a response, you said, femboys actually being oppressed by trans women or vice versa is a very sexy premise for erotica, however. All things in moderation and in their proper place. My question to you is this, because I have seen some people on the internet and other screenshots claim fetishes upon you. I'm very curious how you feel about that conversation in regards to what some things assume about you, specifically within a sexual nature. You obviously do not have to share unless you want to share those
the
things.
Context of that conversation, but yeah, I think it was someone claiming that it didn't exist, and so that was me adding the disclaimer that whether or not it exists, it could be an interesting premise for a story. But then the debate was about how common is this.
I feel like he's beating around the bush. Like,
when
he likes to York it too, bro.
Yeah, dude, I was like, let your goon flag fly free. Listen, in the op block, you can goon in VC.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
And you'll get different debates from different people, but I think this gets back into what we were talking about with internet groups that are kind of self-filtering and result in, because of woke Illuminati algorithms, result in people talking to people who already.
Yeah.
Wouldn't Elon be a part of that? Like, unironically,
he would be, because that's the thing that I think it's not necessarily lost on Cybersmith, but I do. It's such an interesting thing, is that he doesn't. How do I express this? My boy, like my man, likes trans porn, which is totally fine. But guess who doesn't like that? Elon Musk. Like, the people that you're kind of like putting on pedestals do not like the things that you like.
I need to get like a one shot together with like Cybersmith. I know somebody who does like trans porn. I need to get all these people in a room together. It's gonna be the wildest one shot ever.
We need Cybersmith, the guy that does the trans porn, maybe Yondev, like, I don't know who's another fucking. Oh, if we get one if not both of the Thorps, hopefully not in the same room, like, that'll be the greatest one shot.
Oh my god.
Agree with them. You can have extensive discussion from hundreds of people about what they consider to be a common cultural issue, and you'll find out they're talking about a very niche subculture that exists on the internet, or even just a very niche subculture that exists on one site. And that is something you have to be wary of. Is this a broader sociological trend, or is this something that exists in a very narrow context, but is still real within that context? They're not making it up. It's just something that will be an experience for them that won't be an experience for most people.
So I guess.
So if I could ask, excuse me,
sorry,
I didn't want to interrupt you, but if I can ask you something. You speak a lot about how people nowadays are very narrow-minded with their political beliefs and things, and don't really want to intermix with different opinions. and yet you kind of flew off the handle and accused us are all leftists and didn't want to discuss it. I said
But
tell you
I
we are
still
quite
talk to you, didn't I? I've denounced you all as communists, but I'm still talking to you.
Mhm.
I
But
just
did
want to
you
be.
make
I just want to be
Just let it play. It gets worse.
Okay.
clear
It
about
just
where
gets
they
worse.
stand. I'm not saying we should not discuss with people who disagree with us. I'm just saying we should all be honest about where we stand.
So I think what Dew is trying to say is you have denounced us all as communists, right? And not everybody here is politically leaning left. Some may have more progressive views than others, and that's perfectly fine. But then my follow-up question to you then would be, would that not be the same thing people are doing to you on the internet?
Question: do you think people who don't own land should be allowed to vote?
What?
So
All of you
Why
can answer
are you
that, please.
doing this?
I know.
Oh.
I knew this was coming. Oh, the second the bring back a politics comes back, and it gets wonky from here.
So that's I don't really want to answer a question with a question. I would just
I'm not trying to debate you on that
Yeah.
point. I'm just trying to establish what everyone's
yes,
political
people
views
who
are.
don't own land should be able to vote.
Communist. You, the person
Communist.
Wait for it. Wait. This
in
is my
red,
favorite part of the.
Uncool Greg. What's your answer to that question?
Yeah, I don't really want to talk to you.
I have never heard Greg sound more pissed off ever. Okay, he actually sounds irritated.
It was the funniest. Fucking Greg's like, I don't want to talk to you, and I was just like dead. I had to mute my fucking self, man. It was so good.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh fuck.
Oh god, Greg. Holy shit.
Oh, I'm crying just thinking about it.
God.
That's fair. Greg is just here just to relax. Again, if you're going to continue to, I'm asking you the question personally. You are telling us that we are communists, okay?
But you are then. So yes, I think that's fair, and you are free to disabuse me of this notion. Do any of you hold any right-wing beliefs at all?
Again, Cybersmith.
Like I said, I'm not really interested in politics.
Yeah.
I'll be completely honest with that. Like I said, I'm more in the middle. There are things I agree and disagree with, but I don't know where I would land on the political checkboard.
So again, not to derail, I don't think that you're trying to debate us, but I don't want to miss from the point of the conversation and the question.
It's not so much that I'm trying to
question.
debate you on those points. It's I think everyone should be honest about where they stand, and I think a lot of people who would describe themselves as being apolitical have just to some extent absorbed the dominant view of the cultural milieu in which they exist. For example, let's say someone existed in ancient Greece, and this person held as a perfectly normal perspective that it was right and proper.
Here's how a debate works, if we're going to have a debate. Okay. A debate is not for you and the other person to reach a mutual understanding, right? Especially when you have it publicly on the internet. If you're talking with a friend and you want to reach some mutual understanding, that's fine. But when you're on the internet, the game changes. It's less about convincing the other person because both of you have your beliefs. You're both pretty confident in those beliefs. The point of it is to convince the people who do not have strong beliefs that your beliefs are the ones that they should agree with, right? The goal is to convince those people. There is a level of showmanship required to do that, right? If you struggle to explain your beliefs in a way that makes people like you, you're going to lose, right? There's a reason that people want to listen to people like Ben Shapiro. There's a reason that people want to listen to somebody like Dave Rubin. Whether or not you agree with those guys or not, they put it in a way that makes them personable, that makes them enjoyable, right? Cybersmith is not doing that.
Yeah. And it's something when he asked us, do we hold right-wing views? And it was like one of those things where it was very interesting because I think he was looking for everybody to just say no. and nobody did at a certain degree. And Midge Maddock brings up a really good point. If Cybersmith lives with his mom, he thus does not own land. If he does not own the land, then he has no voting beliefs based on what he's saying. Again, that is alleged. I do want to just say that. It is alleged that he lives with his mom. I don't want to speak that into existence, and, maybe he bought the house from his mom. Still a fucking weird thing to ask people when I'm asking you, hey, you are being judged for this. I'm not asking you about your political beliefs. I'm asking you why you assume everybody else is. Because your assumptions on us, which he touched on in the beginning of the interview, but never really came back to it. His assumptions on us are the same way everybody treats him on the internet when they see either the pet post or some of the other silly things that he said. Because sometimes they do, like Diesel, you and I have discussed, some of them feel satirical, but some of them, it touches too close to home.
Part 1. Whiggery refers to the principles and practices of the British Whig Party from the late 17th to early 19th centuries.
Boy, guess what? That didn't explain anything for me.
I don't know what the fucking British Whig Party was either.
Yeah.
Aren't you the history buff? Like, isn't this your thing?
Not this. I'm stupid. I like ancient Rome.
What's your Roman Empire, Diesel?
What's my Roman Empire is the Roman Empire. I don't go a day without thinking about Marcus Aurelius, okay? Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, Rocky, those guys are only personable and enjoyable to the people who share their beliefs. Well, they didn't get popular because the only people that watch them are just people who agree with them. Obviously there's a lot of people with conservative beliefs and stuff, but part 2.
Part can also mean relating to or characterized by the idea that history progresses and improves inevitably, or judging the past in light of the present. Sorry for being a nerd.
Oh, no, thank you. It's still quite difficult.
No. I do understand. Yeah. As the person who did interview Cybersmith, I understand, because that was a big thing. He constantly would refer that it comes back to the pineapple debate. We are clowning on the pineapple because of the fact that we are viewing it from the modern lens. When he is referring to Whiggery, he is specifically referring to the fact that we are judging people based on the past actions, and we're not looking at the historical context of the fact. However, and this is an important thing to note, you can still clown on the fact that it's a fucking pineapple in the middle of your home that you're just gonna let rot like it's a fucking pumpkin in fucking October, because we all know that one fucking house, Old Man Jenkins on the fucking side of the street, who decided to leave the pumpkin out far beyond October, and the moment he picks that thing up, it's all liquefied on the bottom. That's something that you can make fun of.
The object in the debate makes the debate stupid. The debate itself isn't stupid.
Yeah, exactly. It comes back to whataboutisms. If we're really gonna just talk about debate tactics, you're not, your straw mans, not sequiturs, your whataboutisms. It's literally just a whataboutism. But what about the historical context? Well, we're not talking about the historical context of a fucking pineapple in Great Britain. We're not talking about the fact that you guys don't season your food half the time, and none of you thought to eat the fucking pineapple.
But yeah, to go back to my point on Ben Shapiro and all the conservative creators and pundits, these guys, they have a personality that brings people in, right? You don't get sold. Some of them you get sold on because they're this, but conservative. You get sold on a lot of these things based on their personality. You get sold on Count Dankula because of the content he covers on his YouTube channel, and then maybe you start to be well, maybe I'll entertain his politics, right? The same thing for Hassan. Hassan's really popular with a lot of young leftists, not because he's a good example of someone who's a socialist, but because he's really hot and he covers things that audience is gonna be well, I'm more interested in I don't know, fucking the Met Gala, right, or something like that, and he'll talk about stuff like that, right? So you're gonna get attracted to him for oh, he's a pretty guy who has these beliefs. Same thing for Vosh. I don't think Vosh is particularly ugly, and I think a lot of what Vosh got is because he can
Yeah.
talk without going schizo. I mean, he definitely had those moments, which is why he had to eat crow when his goon folder leaked. But
Hey, listen, that tax evasion folder. I don't know. Listen. He should be taking advices from the quartering on how to hide, sensitive information on your computer.
it's also, and Quartering's a good one because Quartering's an example of like a conservative person who a lot of conservatives dislike because he's so lazy.
Yeah, no,
Also,
that's so
people
true.
like the
It's just,
stream and buy
and I think
Mana
that's what
Pot
it is.
Coffee
And
to be as
somebody
based as
brought it up.
Diesel and the
Come on,
mods.
where the hell did it go? Oh my god, I missed it in chat, and my brain's gonna hate me forever on it. Oh yeah, Midge Medic said, I don't think human pets were at all normal in the past either. I think that's the thing too, is extending how people feel or how we view history today or hypotheticals based on very outdated features of history. Because, I mean, the human pet thing, or quite literally slavery, is an outdated and outlawed concept. But it's a concept that gets brought up in, let's just say, alt history novels or science fiction novels. It is a thing, but we don't talk about it in the context of today's standards. And it's surely not something that political pundits of today, the popular ones, anyways, talk about bringing back or wanting to bring an era of.
Cybersmith. Yeah, rotting pineapple acrylics.
Yeah.
Hold on, I need to quickly do my Duolingo chat.
Okay. What language are we doing?
Spanish. Hold on, I'm answering.
Okay.
I'm doing. I gotta open up Duolingo very quickly because
Yeah, do it. Let's do it. Do it. We're gonna learn. We're gonna learn with Diesel. All right, chat. So we're gonna learn with Diesel.
No, I'm signed out of my fucking account.
You better sign in. Better take it off the fucking screen real quick. Please take it off the
Shit.
screen.
No.
Stop.
Don't. It's off. It's off. Hold on. You know what? I'm gonna do it on my phone. I'm doing it on my phone, chat.
Oh no. Chat, you don't see what I see, I hope.
Hold on, I'm doing it now.
Oh god, I'm crying.
I'm doing it on mobile.
I'm fucking sweating. That was funny as shit. Hola, chat. Me llamo Falgi. So chat, how you guys feeling about this? Ironically speaking, the op block was made to make fun of Diesel, and somehow I have actually spent money on making this a YouTube channel. It is kind of interesting. I do kind of laugh that the content comes from inside the house now. Oh
Sorry.
no.
Hold on.
That was so fucking funny. Did I see his Coomer folder? I did. And I will say this, Diesel has goblins of the green variety, and we do stand the goblins of a green variety. Let's just see. What else do people say? Imagine doxing yourself via Duolingo. Claudia, I thought you were Spanish. You know I'm also Cuban. This is a thing. It's and listen, if you're from like the East Coast area, you are just by default Italian. I don't care what people say. Listen, you are I bet Diesel can agree that by default he is somehow Italian. It's just how it is. It's like we fucking say gabagool, like, we say certain things. It's why, the West Coast has no culture. You guys don't have these things. None of you have these things. You guys went out west. You don't got fucking gabagool. You don't got good pizza. I've been to California. The pizza kind of sucks there. I'm trying to think what else.
Professor Diesel, I really need that A.
Oh god. Diesel is not uninvited to the cookout because you want to know why? He comes to the restaurant dine-in. That's what it is. Don't worry.
Expanding Earth, an observational documentary. Interesting things were posted in the Cybersmith thread.
I saw a little bit of that. I did
Yeah.
not know about this when we first covered him, and it's kind of funny right now. There are so many. There's so. Oh yeah, he has a take on Roman Colosseum houses. He believes that ye old Italians had like Colosseum homes.
Okay, but
Which
don't we have evidence to the contrary of that?
Yeah, I was like, I was a little confused on it too.
I mean, so you mean to say that at some point in Roman history, kingdom, republic, or empire, a good portion of the Roman population lived in a smaller version of the Colosseum? Is that what you're telling me? Please confirm. I'm quickly realizing I'm not a Roman history buff. Yes, I think so. Although, to be fair, the houses would have looked less Colosseum-like if they lived out in the countryside in villas, which were also grand and made of marble, but more oblong. Colosseum-esque round construction was more of an urban thing, I believe.
Yeah, it's just a weird, interesting takes.
To sacrifice good meat to the gods while people went hungry.
Man, I have no idea what he's talking about.
If I remember fuck, what was this topic about? Oh God, is this right before he says that he doesn't totally disagree with slavery? I can't remember. Fuck. Yeah, just play it. It doesn't
You
matter.
describe that as an apolitical belief.
Oh, there we go.
That's a good question.
What was the question?
They
again?
probably
I'm sorry.
wouldn't really
Let's
question
have a
it. It would
Mm.
just be a common thing in their society. But I think if we
Mhm.
were to look back on that, if we were to consider context, we would probably say this is a political belief that they did not examine or think of as political. But if you transcribe that person to our society, that would be an immensely political belief. So
sorry.
I think
Would
the
have
only
more to
real
do with
solution
religion.
is to try to consider your beliefs in context and recognize to what extent they actually are political. And that requires some degree of introspection.
Mhm.
I think a lot of people who consider themselves apolitical have actually just not really examined their beliefs. They have just realized, oh, I've reproduced the beliefs of the society in which I grew up, and I don't consider that to be political. But in many cases, I think those are extremely political opinions. Another common example would be slavery.
Which is exactly why the serfs in the 1200s would all share the same political beliefs. Whatever. Okay.
Wait for it. This is his
That
slavery
same Greek
take.
person would probably find the issue of slavery uncontroversial and indeed apolitical. But if we look at other historical contexts, the question of being pro or anti-slavery might be immensely political, and arguably always was political. It's just if you're inside a context that doesn't think of it as a political question, you're likely not to analyze it as one or refer to it as one.
So again,
So I'm not so sure that you are apolitical. I think you've absorbed the Illuminati dogma you grew up with, and you are in fact very left wing by a broader historical context.
So
You're
I want to
certainly
pause
the
this
left
for
of
a
most
second.
people who have.
He says, and I quote, "This is how he gets so close yet so far." He says that I and the greater part of my co-host are left wing because we don't agree with slavery. I just want to point that out. He literally so close, but then says that kind of belief makes me inherently left wing. Yeah, exactly. That's the face I would make.
Yeah, it's like the whole like couching slavery is like whether or not it's political or apolitical is dependent on the social context. Like that's not like an inherently difficult thing to understand, right? But things exist in a society that interacts with other people, and even if you take slavery out of like the American context of like race justified slavery and like the Civil War, like ancient Greece and Rome would enslave armies that they conquered, and war is like an inherently political decision to make. So even though slavery was justified as like a use and tool of war and like as a, for failing, it was still technically political. Most people might not disagree with it, But to say that it wasn't political, I mean, I guess is just like I guess his argument is like you're not aware that it's political.
So I think that's the thing where he's saying that I grew up in a leftist situation. I didn't talk about my growing up, and I don't feel like it's necessary, but I did not. But one of the things I think is really important when in that conversational piece, and it is part of the diagram of his argument, which I think it's built on a very rickety foundation, is when we talk about how we discuss how let's just say that we discuss not being in favor of slavery as a communist view, for instance. The thing that's important to identify is that it has historical context of being outlawed at this time. It is now apolitical when we examine it from current modern day society. It is apolitical because it's been there's nobody, I shouldn't say nobody, but one of the things is you don't hear Donald Trump saying that he wants to bring slavery back.
Yeah, that would be outside of the Overton window. If
yeah, exactly. Like he's not gonna say that. He'll say other shit, but he's not gonna say that because nobody's in favor of that. Because enough time has passed that the time hasn't been there. It's the same thing with concentration camps. Nobody is like, there's enough time that has passed, and that's where his inherent logic kind of falls apart, which is why I always find it funny when he says that he is not a historian or he's not a history buff. He very much is, but I think he gets wrapped up in that to make it a whataboutism. But what about the Romans in 500 AD? We don't live in 500 AD. It's 2024, baby. Like, that's not the thing that's happening.
Ever existed in all of human history.
Well, yes, that makes sense. I mean, to be fair, that would make sense because we did have slavery. That's quite literally a non-argument. Not to be rude, but that's just a fact, though. But
people who considered themselves to have slavery would not have considered that a political argument in ancient Greece.
Of course.
So
we live in the year in 2024.
I gotta tell him what year it is, I guess.
Holy shit.
Okay. So this is not disregarding history. This is just explaining that we have learned from history. That's why slavery is illegal now. But but
you have to consider that one day people will consider you and your beliefs to be a part of history. Imagine someone looking back from 3024, 1,000 years in the future. How might they consider you and your position in history? And this is why I believe my perspective is a little more honest. I've tried to consider where my beliefs fit inside a broader framework. And that's why I don't describe myself as apolitical. I describe myself as a reactionary libertarian monarchist.
In 1,000 years, we will all be dead, and it won't matter.
This is true.
But we still consider the importance of political decisions and political views of people who've been dead for 1,000 years. We're still living in the wake of the actions of people like William the Conqueror and their political beliefs. Right. So I don't think it's so easy to say that it doesn't matter what your beliefs are in a historical context. So that's why I do challenge you on this claim that you are apolitical. I think it is more likely you have reproduced the beliefs of the context in which you grew up, and you have never analyzed.
Most people adopt the beliefs of the place where they grew up.
Yeah. I mean, listen, it's. I think the problem is that he assumes way too much. Listen, if you grow up, this is a funny thing about the East Coast, because everyone says kind of things, or even the idea of California. If you've ever gone to California, it's fucking purple as shit. If you've ever been in New Jersey or New York, very purple, but the highly densely populated areas where a lot of voter turnout is left leaning. That's a little, history fact for you, but that's not the point. The point is that you don't need to constantly assume of who we are. I don't like assuming who he is. And again, he constantly defaults back to it, and he retreats to that shell. And it makes me sad.
Yeah, it's just like being on the East Coast or like New York specifically. Like obviously, like Manhattan is pretty left wing, but like you leave the city, it is not left wing anymore.
Yeah, you're in the anything upstate New York is the fucking sticks. Like it's, and we don't fucking talk about Pennsylvania because God, none of their drivers know how to do anything. Fucking. Listen, chat, for those who don't know, Pennsylvanians have a great fucking idea where they take a fucking axe head and they try to drive a nail into it by flipping it in the air, and if they miss, they take a drink. Just, to give you an aspect of what the fuck Pennsylvanians do.
California, more like California, Twink Central in that state.
No. Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
Them, and you've never really thought about what your belief in those ideas means for you as a person.
But you're making presumptions to people you don't know.
Yeah, and that's something that we're trying
These are preconceived notions that you yourself are.
Which I was very honest. You are free to disabuse me of this notion, but it is a reasonable conclusion to draw.
But what I'm
and
saying
if you
is,
want to disabuse me of this notion, please name any right-wing belief that you hold.
So that
and none of you have been able to do so.
I am a former veteran, and I believe in owning firearms.
So did Karl Marx.
Okay. Oh my God!
Oh
my God! Oh my God, dude!
Based QTV's hood ornament literally said, "But here's the right-wing belief," and he's like, "But Marx though."
Yeah, but in the context of history, owning firearms is a traditionally conservative right-wing viewpoint. Let me the fuck on.
QTV is fucking fuming.
Oh my God.
Love it.
And so I can own weapons. I do own weapons. That is a right-wing belief.
It's a very right-wing belief here in the U.S.
It's a populist belief, not so much a
It is not a populist belief. What are you talking about? You're ignoring the context of like American fucking politics, dude.
Oh, hello, QTV.
This motherfucker. This motherfucker is gonna say that having weapons makes you a fucking Marxist? Oh my God. I'll tell you something right now. The only reason he's gonna say that, the Marxists had weapons is because it took the Marxists rising against the Bolsheviks, who also, guess what, had fucking weapons. It doesn't fucking matter. You're gonna use the tools of your oppressors to take down your oppressors. Just because you have weapons does not make you a fucking Marxist. Oh my God. Oh. I'm so mad. That made me so mad.
I don't even know what kind of right-wing views he even wants to hear at that rate, right? Because I think I don't even know if it's a populist thing, because it's a pretty hot button issue in American politics. So
yeah,
it's wild because there's plenty of left and right-wing people who are pro Second Amendment. I am very pro Second Amendment. I have firearms, but guess what? I hate the NRA. That makes me different because I don't apply to their bullshit. But again, having a weapon doesn't make you a fucking Marxist. You're going to have a disagreement with a lot of people in a lot of states that you're for you to say, well, if you have a weapon, that means you're a Marxist. Say that to anyone in Texas and see what their response is going to be.
I think Midgematic says it very best. Cybersmith labeling my extremely conservative dad a Marxist would make him legit take out the shotgun in our trunk.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's just a very... Well, I think, again, this is where my empathy comes into play for him. Again, I think it's just like he's so used to people being so dialectically opposed to him that anyone who has a similar belief He has to like again. It's very much debate, bro. Of I know you said you gave me the answer I wanted, but I don't like that answer, so I need to change it into the answer that I
He
want.
moves the goalposts
Yeah, he's
in
goalpost
every
moving.
single
Yeah.
situation where you bring up a valid argument,
Mhm.
and he'll just move the goalposts again because he
course.
needs it. He needs it to conform to his internal narrative and worldview. And this is the whole issue with him coming in and saying, "Oh, well, you're all leftists and Marxists," because that is his own internal tribalism telling him that because we use satire to make fun of dipshits on the internet, that somehow makes us all leftists and Marxists. Well, okay, you got me. I'm the fucking leftist. I'm the boogeyman underneath your goddamn fucking bed. I don't know
Yeah.
what to tell you.
Yeah. Again, I think it's just it was at that specific moment when he asked us that. I think it was. You have to understand when people are hurt, right? And when people are very defensive on the internet and feel like they're not being heard, they're always going to default back to it. And I think kind of discussing how, for instance, that we are quote unquote apolitical, it was just more to express to him that I wanted to understand his beliefs, not necessarily chastise him for them.
I'm not gonna chastise him. This is also why I didn't say anything during the whole
Of
interview, because
course.
I was letting you cook. Me and Greg are just like, nah, bro. If we say anything, we're just gonna fucking clown on this retard.
Oh no.
I'm sorry. Like, that's why I didn't say anything, because I understood my own temper enough to be like, no, you don't want to hear what I gotta say, because you're not gonna fucking like it.
Well, it is what it is.
It is what it is. It is what it is. That's all I really had to say. But I wanted to go off on the whole like you're a Marxist if you have a firearm, and I was gonna go off, but I could really tell that Foggy wanted to keep that dialogue going. So I'm like, I'm gonna derail this if I
Oh my
keep
God.
saying anything. Oh, hi, Dew.
Is that Dew of the Mountain herself?
It's our foreign correspondent.
It's our foreign correspondent. Dew, you're live on the air. I don't know if you can hear us. Isn't it like
It's like literally like ass o'clock in the morning right now. It's
I was like, why is she here? She told me she was gonna
it's
sleep.
literally like 6 o'clock
Why-
over there, like
Why?
5, 6.
Why is she still awake?
Dew, no one can hear
Bro,
you.
she fell asleep and waiting.
Oh no, Dew.
No!
I think she fell asleep and waiting. No, Dew. Oh boy, this is a stream of all time if I've ever been in one.
Maybe she'll talk. I'll leave her in here. We'll see what
Yeah.
happens. But
Yeah,
it's like, I don't know. It makes me wonder, like, what even constitutes a right wing
Yeah,
belief.
what
for
is
him?
Marx at this point for him? Like,
Yeah.
seriously, like, what is it?
Yeah, like
'Cause everything to him is a Marxist.
or an Illuminati woke mind virus from
Yeah,
Red
that's-
China.
yeah.
Like, I don't know what that means. Like, that's just.
I was so close to saying, do you think the Illuminati is run by the lizard people? And are they coming from Hollow Earth?
Listen. I watched fucking Godzilla versus King Kong 2. They're definitely there.
We in Hollow Earth.
They're in Hollow Earth. I don't listen. Why is it when I like put my knuckles to the ground and I knock, I can hear an echo? That's what I need to know. Oh my god.
Yeah, I kind of get the vibe he kind of just is like sometimes like this comes off as like you calling you a Marxist, basically insinuating you're a Marxist because you own firearms.
I don't think he knows what a Marxist is. That's like, the more he talked about it,
Baidu.
the more I was like, I don't think you really know what A, a Marxist is, or B, what a communist is. You're just using it as like some kind of hot button word to get a rise out of us.
Yeah. Again, I think that was just that's his tactic because
It's
of
a tactic.
what part of his and again, I don't blame him for that. It's more of it was just the thing. And we wouldn't have gotten the poem if we didn't if we yelled at him.
You know what? I'll get off and let you two keep going in a minute here. I'll just say this one last thing, and that is just that, like, I feel bad for this guy. Like,
Oh yeah.
he got dealt a really bad hand, and now he's just angry at the world. And anyone that doesn't really conform to his worldview is automatically viewed upon as an enemy.
Yeah.
And so he is exactly doing what he says other people do to him. He is no better than the thing that he hates so much. Also, the whole monarchist libertarian thing just kind of throws me for a cognitive loop. Like, it kind of breaks me. Anyways, y'all enjoy yourselves. Thank you for letting me on. Fuck this guy.
That's one of the many ops of the Op Block UTV tournament.
Oh man, we need to stop calling him QTV because then I think of Quantum TV, and it's just.
Well, that's the joke, man.
I know.
That's why he made the fucking username, because he thought it was funny.
It's like sometimes people fuck up and call Beckett Craig Beckett, who like accidentally like talked to a minor.
Yeah, I've heard.
Or not accidentally, deliberately. Yeah.
I recently heard of Craig Bennett, and I was like, oh god, that fucking sucks. It's just like, oh yeah. Damn, I'll have to fucking digress. I really want to know what QTV is doing right now.
God, that would be great.
I would
have to
love
him?
to
It's
know.
been such a long time.
If I remember correctly, he went to jail. Also, Do was awake. Her phone was just not working.
Okay.
We'll get you on next time, Do.
So if we're gonna argue semantics, let's argue the semantics of what you are doing. What you're stating is the same thing the internet is doing to you, right? We can say that. Now, I can tell you that claiming everybody is a communist who doesn't agree with you or has differing opinions with you is probably not the best thing, and why people view you as a lol cow in certain regards of the internet. Again,
call everyone who disagrees with me with a communist. I call you four specifically communists.
Yeah, and we are people that disagree with you, and you have no idea our political beliefs. But that's what I'm trying to get at, Cybersmith. That's what I want to get at. Right?
I actually have a very good idea of your political
beliefs. It is political tribalism.
Okay.
All of you believe slavery is wrong. That's an
And here we go. Here we go.
Intensely political belief that's been debated hotly, even in your
Americans generally do all. I mean, Do's not even American.
Do is not American. He just ignores her.
Own countries.
Yeah,
that was debated hotly.
But Greek slavery was also not chattel slavery, though, right?
It was,
but it was not.
Arguably, it was worse. You couldn't sacrifice your chattel. You couldn't sacrifice chattel slaves to the gods.
So Cybersmith,
believe me, look at the Greek system of slavery. It was incredibly.
So Cybersmith, let me ask you a question: do you believe in slavery?
Do I believe that it existed, or do
No.
it?
Do you support slavery? Yes or no?
Do you support it? Do you agree with it?
Because that is how you're phrasing the question. So it's okay. Hey, listen, no judgment. Do you support slavery?
Not universally, no.
No.
Okay,
I just want to hear where this goes.
Okay. Can you expand on that? Well, can you expand on that?
Can I finish my statement as to why I believed I had a good idea of your political views?
No. Because unfortunately, what I've noticed.
Challenging my belief as being unreasonable, but you're not allowing me to explain how I got to it.
Well, you have said that we are unreasonable multiple times, and
I've said that you are not introspective.
Okay.
You are not really considering the context in which your
that is a
beliefs
presumption.
arose.
That is a presumption. What a lot
presumption you are free to disabuse me of by,
right, and we all have. It doesn't need to be necessarily a right wing belief, but again, that's what the internet does to you, and what I'm trying to get at. I can't speak for my co-hosts, but I will say that what I'm trying to get at for you is why that is important in this conversation, because that is what a lot of people have done towards you. Now, you are espousing some of the beliefs here today and standing by them, like you said that you don't universally agree with slavery. That is a statement. I will say that. But that's kind of why I'm not trying to bring the politics into this discussion, because it does feel like, if I may, it's a little bit of a dog whistle for you to be angry at somebody, right? And it's a little bit of a dog whistle for everybody to be angry at somebody. And
What
that's
is a dog whistle to be angry at someone? A dog whistle is something, well, in its strictest sense, it is a frequency that only a dog can hear. But in the more general term, a dog whistle is a signal that only some people will understand. Who am I dog whistling to when I'm angry at you?
You are saying that specifically us disagreeing with you is a way of signaling you specifically that those individuals are leftoids, that we are part of a Marxist regime, right? And honestly speaking, I just wanted to know more about you, less on your opinions on Greece and slavery, because what we were examining was not necessarily your political beliefs per se, but the statements that you've made on the internet and the way that you make the statements currently. I understand, and it is something that
commentary finding this guy, he's gonna end up imploding big time.
Yeah,
this is gonna be a disaster.
I'm a little worried about him. I ain't gonna lie. There's a part of me that's worried because I think when I do want to expand upon this a little bit when I'm talking about dog whistling, MCID, you actually put it what I was about to say on the head. He's dog whistling himself essentially, because what he is doing is trying to find reasons to be mad, and then he's also what he's attempting to do is see if we will take the bait and see if we will flip out, which I'm not doing. And again, I will give him a fair shake. I will continue to give him a fair shake. But it's the lol cow gene. It just stays there.
I don't want to say sad about, but part of me feels for you. I feel a level of empathy. And you can disavow that empathy. You can say that you don't like it. But I do feel
I have no problem with empathy. But my argument is empathy is as an action, it is trying to understand others. But there is also, I think, a degree of importance in trying to understand yourself, or at least trying to understand the context in which you have your ideas. And it is very specifically someone who calls themselves apolitical, in my experience, within the current context we exist, is very likely to be someone who is extremely left-wing and simply does not realize it. And I've taken slavery as an example. That's a political belief that you don't consider to be political. Even though it has been at various times an intensely political debate, you oppose slavery to I would consider perhaps an excessive degree. And you asked about condemning slavery.
You heard that right. He said that I condemn slavery to an excessive degree. I, who did not bring up the slavery, condemn it to an excessive degree.
You know what? I'm happy to be the drama community's first proponent of slavery.
We have the op block. Listen, I have a little fucking disclaimer that I've seen other people use. We do not support what Diesel's saying right now. And it's such a weird thing, man. It's again, we never brought it up, and I don't know. It's just weird, man. Yeah, somebody clip it. Yeah.
Universally. One form of slavery I think that might be reasonable to consider is debt slavery or indenturement, because what we have in our society is essentially no way out of debt for people with bad credit ratings. There is no way to restore your credit rating past a certain point. People end up stuck in a trap where they can't undo it. And part of that is if you have no assets, you have no way to pay off your debts. Historically, there was a way to do this in certain societies like Rome, where you could indenture yourself to pay off debts. And this gave...
I mean, you're kind of like working a job to pay off the debt that you owe to creditors is kind of the same thing, except now we call it a job. It's not slavery. You're getting a wage that you can allocate to different things. I think it's in the credit company's best interest not to enslave you to work in the Visa coal mines, but
yeah, sell your body for debt. And I think there's another thing too when he talks about the indentured. Essentially, he is describing indentured servitude, in its more simpler form. But there's one thing that was really interesting is that we as a society in 2024 have a very different concept and understanding of debt. Debt accrues interest. The populace takes on the debt of the state, and even when they don't have the ability to directly impact how the state spends money or how the country spends money. We have student loan debts, which are things that we've never had in this experience before. There's a lot, and that's the thing is that when he continues to refer to some historical context, again, he's talking about the Roman Empire. That's not going to be the same thing of today. We have different varieties of debt. We have medical debt. It's an excessive thing. We call it being a wage slave for a reason.
Which, I don't know, might be a dog whistle to you being a leftoid, but I feel
no!
That's also something that you might hear from, like, the right wing, where it's like, oh, why is the United States, spending all this money overseas? It's become a right-wing talking point to be isolationist.
Well, here's the interesting thing is, if you look at current polls today, when we're looking at, hey, we're in an election cycle, hooray, the U.S. is in an election cycle. Do you want to know what's like universally agreed upon? Fucking student loan debt forgiveness. Nobody talks about it, but it's actually unilaterally agreed upon between people of the populace, because individuals who were right leaning, who specifically would say, oh, you know what, these kids today, they shouldn't get a handouts. They're now the parents shouldering the ballooned student loan debt. But those are not things that's not the nuance that's being discussed. It's fucking, the Roman Empire, which, the Roman Empire was pretty gay. Right, Diesel?
I mean, I feel like the gayness of antiquity is definitely overstated, but
You're telling me they would not rub each other's oily naked bodies?
I mean, they did wrestle like in the nude, but that was more like the Greeks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Romans too.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure, buddy. Whatever you say. Whatever keeps the bisexual allegations away.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
People, if they were willing to work hard on, for example, become gladiators, they could work their way out of the debt trap, and eventually they could reach the point of emancipation.
Well, that's why it's a debt trap, because the rate of the debt accruing is higher than your ability to work it off. Ergo, you're indentured forever. That's how they work it.
Yeah, exactly.
Why wouldn't I? Why would I pay for a laborer when I have a laborer who works for free? Why would I ever want that to change?
And fully pay off their debts and re-enter society as free citizens. We don't have that escape route now, and now a lot of people end up trapped in debts they can't escape because we uncritically said all slavery is bad. We completely got rid of it. And people never considered that to be a political belief. So the question of reintroducing it...
It's such an extreme answer to the question of what do we do about all the debt built up. I love it.
I know.
It's like, these whole four-wheeled car things are causing a lot of accidents. So I argue that we take away 2 of the wheels on that car. Like, that's the extremeness of the answer to the debt problem being presented.
That's the exact thing. I'm like, I'm so confused by the fucking statement being made. I don't get it.
Never re-entered political discussion. And this is why calling something apolitical can be a bit of a thought-terminating cliche, if you see my argument.
Okay. So, again, I hear what you're saying. I think that there's a lot of things that the chat has asked, because a lot of, again, like I said before, a lot of us wanted to know more about you as the person. Some people wanted to know, I can even ask, I have it right here, like things like your hobbies, your show, like TV shows that you like. That's what we're curious about.
Well, actually, I recently watched, it's funny, we're talking about ancient Rome a lot. I recently saw Those About to Die. I think it had some flaws. The first episode, I think, was when Roland Emmerich has this
can you
problem.
pause this real quick?
Because
yes, he does.
I'm gonna reveal something that I forgot to do. and it crossed my mind, and I'm pissed off at myself. I should have fucking asked if he's ever heard of Shadiversary. The fucking crossover would just be beautiful. They would get along so well. I like in my heart of hearts, I hope they would get along.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall in that conversation.
But on the whole, I actually think that was a reasonably good show. I rather did like that. It was great to see the Flavian amphitheater being flooded and see mock naval combat. That's something that we're also going to see in Ridley Scott's upcoming film, and I think it's so good we actually finally get to see that.
I agree, Cybersmith. That's neat.
It is neat.
That's something that people just never talked about until like. I don't know. I guess something made it popular recently as a topic to discuss, but
fight in the so Moist Teeth. I'm now looking at your chat. Fight in the arena or be in debt together ain't a good choice. It's a choice a lot of people took. A lot of people did take it, and it's a choice that we have now denied people in our society who get into.
You know, in a roundabout way, it sounds like he's arguing for the Colosseums to come back.
Yeah, he is. What do you mean a roundabout way? He fucking said it. We denied the real prize fight. Want to get out of your debt? Fight the fucking lion.
Fight to the death. Like, kill this man and you may go free from your debt.
Yeah, you see your neighbor Jimmy? He also has the same debt. I know he has 3 kids, but you need to murder him. You need to kill.
Moist Teeth can't help but get in an argument with him.
I know, Moist. You got fucking sniped. It was so funny. Twice.
Debt.
Okay.
And that is part of the problem. And we don't even consider this a political issue. And I think this is the issue with people saying, well, I'm not political.
Right now, I'm certain I could poll 100 conservatives. Every single one of them would argue that slavery is bad.
Don't say that. You don't want to go to the Deep South. Remember, they view the Confederate flag as like a sign of pride. Never forget, Pokemon is older than the Confederacy.
Oh my god.
Because they don't examine the political content of their own views or the ideological political context in which those views arose, and that can be a bit of an issue. So, for example, when Dew of the Mountain, you say you're not political, but had you ever considered this issue of the fact that in some societies, slavery was a perfectly valid way for people?
Actually, I think him and Shad would debate. I think they would get at each other's throats.
And it would be glorious.
Because there are certain beliefs that Shad has, like he's such a... Because, like, his Cybersmith's beliefs are pretty out there. Shad is pretty religiously fundamentalist. Like, stuff like the Fuda porn that Cybersmith clearly enjoys would be a humongous sticking point, as Cybersmith is like... He would probably argue that Cybersmith is like a degenerate LARPer. Like, he'd think Shad was tacky and dishonest. And I would probably agree with Cybersmith in that. I 100%. There's no way... I could imagine Cybersmith saying that. Would it be enemies to friends? No, they would very quickly get into a heated debate. Easily.
Yeah, but for the content, though.
It would be good content.
Oh.
Had you ever thought about that?
Yeah, of course. It's in history. It was a topic. But my question would be, like, how would it look nowadays? Because even a person with a full-time job could get heavily into debt, let's say. What would this modern slavery look like? Because you can't put someone as a gladiator back into the arena.
Well, let's think about all the things that are now extremely difficult to do that used to be historically quite easy. One of the things we struggle with is big construction projects. Even though it's very cheap now to buy raw materials, labor is historically expensive. It's one of the reasons we don't have big cathedrals or pyramids anymore. So, if a poor person got into debt, what we might
Okay.
do is their debt could be bought off by someone who wanted a large construction project, and they could work off that debt.
I mean, that stuff happens in Dubai. Those people just go missing or die. Like, that happened when
Yeah.
we were doing I think it was the World Cup or something that was getting planned, and they were building a Coliseum. A bunch of poor people came over on a boat on a work visa, and all of a sudden those work visas would go missing. It happened.
An indentured servant building that person a pyramid or a cathedral.
So something curious that somebody had actually asked before, and digressing, but I would like to know. So, like, what are some of the things that you like to read in your personal time? What are the genres that you enjoy? I'm curious.
I actually read a lot of stuff. Well, I don't read. I don't read nearly as much as I would. I'm starting to think I may have attention deficit disorder. I'm going to talk about maybe getting a prescription for that. But I don't have the attention span that I used to. But I've been reading a lot of Star Wars books, or trying to read a lot of Star Wars. I read recently The Rise and Fall of the Galactic Empire, which is in universe written by Beaumont Kin. You know, the guy that Dominic Monaghan plays in The Rise of Skywalker. I think
Yes.
that was a very interesting one.
And-
So I'd now like to answer. So old point 69. What if we just wipe away all debts every 20 years? Okay, so no one is incentivized to lend money if the repayments period is over 20 years. So how does that impact people's ability to get startup capital for a business? How does that impact your ability to get a mortgage? How does that impact your ability to take out student loans? That's going to massively have knock-on effects on the rest of society.
Mahler would love this guy. See, it's very easy for somebody to get kicked down. But the thing with Cybersmith is that he kind of existed in a little bubble for a really long period of time, and now I covered it.
Oh,
Chris will
I see how
cover
it is.
Listen, the block was what, 10 viewers? Okay.
Nah. Yeah, no. Yeah, no.
Right.
Chris was in the fucking stream at one point.
This could really spiral out of control, guys. You don't understand.
Oh no, I feel so bad. What did we do?
It was 12 viewers. Thank you.
Oh yeah, Big Shot Diesel, fucking Big Brother Diesel, gotta put us down.
Oh my god. Listen, now the great part is that you guys do your little thing, right? And then it comes over to here, and it's all like a self-creating ecosystem, okay? You know who also has that? Destiny. And it's worked out really good for his career. So keep doing it.
Listen, all I'm gonna say is what this is communism, baby.
Chud Logic would have a joyous time with this man. This is what you don't understand. It can happen.
It can happen.
So you would have to find new ways of doing those things. And I think there is an argument that our society is too debt-based.
We're diesel orbiters now.
Yes, we are. Let's go.
That we should look into alternatives for of financial systems. That we shouldn't have this usury-based financial system. But you then need to answer the question: where are people who want to start businesses going to get startup capital from? You have to find a new answer to those questions. You can't just say, "Well, what if we
isn't
had
waiting
debt?"
again.
Yeah, she fixed her mic sensitivity apparently.
Hi, Do.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Amazing. Sorry, I had a boomer moment. I was about to say I probably missed the topic completely now, but I think it's quite a different thing if I, as a German, say I have right-wing beliefs than when an American says I have right-wing beliefs. I don't think he was quite aware of that.
Listen, Cybersmith understands that deep down, everyone is a leftoid freak. Okay?
Yeah, I'm a communist now.
Yeah, what does it feel like to be a communist? It's like antithetical to everything German.
Yeah, I'm gonna hide the dragon bones right now.
But while we have you, there is one thing that we discussed privately that I am very curious about. You had been following this man for about 5 years, if not more, because you had seen him on Tumblr. How do you feel about actually meeting him now?
I can't believe he's a real person.
Honestly.
But I got my biggest goal. I got to ask him about Tipster.
I think it's amazing that you were able to not fly off the handle with him, honestly, because he was so rude.
You know, I had to turn away from the microphone a few times because either I was about to laugh or I was about to explode, and then it would have flown off the handle. So I let Falgi handle it.
I'll be angry about other shit. I swear. Make me meet somebody stupider. Someone I don't feel as bad for. Fuck, I keep hearing it. No, go on.
The thing is, I don't think he's stupid. He's just special.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's stupid. Like, this is not like a White Bowser scenario, which I've been told I'm afraid of the White Bowser scenario. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Subscribe. He's so wonderful. He's so cute. Diesel, everybody.
Yeah.
He's our big Papa Pickle. Oh, yeah. But yeah. So, any final thoughts you have on it, Dill?
No, I just wanted to say with the whole right-wing belief, like I said, I think US American right-wing beliefs are quite different from the German right-wing beliefs, so that's why I rather shut up.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because it kind of feels like he's an Englishman talking about American politics while not understanding it, and then also like assuming that everybody he's talking to are people who are American political people. Because like you're very clearly not. I mean, you could be American, but I wouldn't think you're. What gave it away? but you know,
girls
like you have a thick
4 months
accent,
of
and generally,
at least he didn't
you know,
say
Americans
Papa
speak
Pickle in a
English
voice.
first.
Damn.
Real.
You tell me you don't live in a tiny coliseum?
I live in an oblong-shaped coliseum house, with my slaves, because I am a proponent of slavery as a streamer.
That's why we love you.
Please, Papa Diesel, we need to be let out of the mines.
Please,
the content mines.
The moderators have been starving.
We've been starving for days, guys. We don't know what's happening anymore.
I haven't seen my wife in 2 weeks.
Oh no, dude.
Think of the children.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's all what I want to say. I will head to bed now.
All right, good night, dude.
Guten Tag.
Yeah, have a good rest of the stream.
Thank you. Guten Tag. I love her. She's so funny.
My wife.
Jubilees, which are what they used to have back in biblical times. Because then you get the question of, okay, now we are not incentivized to give long-term loans. How do we solve the problems that loans currently solve?
Okay. Something that somebody asked in the chat that I did kind of want to highlight for a second, because again, have you read Stranger in Strange Lands or any other Henlin?
No, not recently. I think I've read some Robert A. Heinlein stuff a long time ago, but not recently.
Okay.
That would be like, back 10 or more years ago. I think I might have read some of his stuff.
So,
I said I don't read as much as I used to. I think my attention span is not as high as it used to.
so, yeah.
I do think I might have attention deficit hyperactive disorder.
What helps me with that is audiobooks.
Yeah, I was about to say audiobooks are very useful if you.
I actually find it harder to focus on audio than I do when reading. I've always drifted off with audiobooks, so
yeah.
That's
I do think I have ADHD.
And are you seeing? Do you have a physician that you're seeing for that, or someone
that... you do?
Apologies for the
doctor,
slur earlier.
Big doctor.
I was
right
heated.
Apologies for the R slur. Listen, you can say the R slur. I'm not gonna stop you.
Oh shit.
that you're speaking with, at least?
Yeah, and I'm going to raise this topic with them next time I meet my doctor. I'm just going to say I do think my attention span is what it is, and even having taken steps to manage things like sleep pattern and such, I do think that I've lost some attention span.
So you mentioned that specifically cooking was one of your hobbies. Is there a particular style of food that you like to cook? Are you experimental in your cooking style? I'm very curious because I know that you did bake as well.
I'm not super experimental. When I find something I like, I'll try it again a few times. So no, I wouldn't say I'm super experimental. There's variations on recipes I've had in ages that I'm happy to try again. It's getting a bit colder, so I'm probably going to use this. Well, it's very hot now. It's going to get colder over the coming months. So when it gets cold, I'm probably going to use the slow cooker again more, and I may try some.
What's coming up is actually my favorite series of questions in the interview, if I'm being honest.
I am interested to see where this goes.
Some variations on stews then. There's nothing I'm keen to get super experimental with anytime soon in cooking. Baking, maybe I'll try some slightly newer things.
So let's
I saw one of your
go for it, Dan.
I saw one of your uncontroversial takes was, for example, a good piece of steak shouldn't be spiced too much. I saw that was a discussion.
Absolutely. So that's absolutely a fair point. I think spices are great when you get cuts of meat that aren't very good. I buy cheap cuts of meat all the time. I'll look for yellow labeled diced chicken. Yeah, that doesn't taste very nice. So, absolutely use spices on that. But I think there's an instinct to put spices on everything when it's not needed. If you're for example, I made and this is also true of baking. I made some rolls recently. And I used just cheap plain flour, not bread flour for those. So to give those a bit more flavor, I used some spices. For the sweet ones, I used cinnamon and vanilla. And for the savory ones, I used some mixed herbs, and sometimes I use garlic granules as well. Now that's a really, really cheap flour. That's just plain flour. You can get a 1.5 kilo bag of that for as little as £1 at Morrison's. That's really cheap. Doesn't have a lot of flavor though. It's not going to create the nicest quality of bread.
This is great. I love this.
He loves baking and cooking, man. That's all he loves.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's just so sweet.
So absolutely, you may want to suppose that. But if I'm making something with nice, high quality, strong bread flour, you're not necessarily going to want to put a bunch of things in that, because you want to enjoy the flavor of the base substrate, and adding a bunch of stuff on top of it isn't necessarily a good idea.
Yeah, I agree. I just saw that there was a discussion around that take, so that stuck in my mind.
So if, let's just say, I come to your home, for instance, and we're having a meal, what is something that you prepare that you feel most comfortable with?
Well, I would check with you in advance. Are you a vegetarian? Do you have any allergies?
No allergies. I eat everything.
Okay. What kind of season is this? Is this a hot time of year, a cold time of year?
How about a cold time of year?
Oh my god, this is great.
I told you this is like my favorite part of the interview, man.
Awesome. Yeah. I feel like he really just needs friends, actually. Like,
yeah.
I think he needs people. Like, I don't know what his social life is like in real life. Internet friends are great, but there's something about being able to spend time with somebody physically in person that makes it different. And I really think he just needs some of that. You know what I mean? I really do.
Okay. In that case, I might prepare some pie. I might make a nice beef pie. I'd wait to find some beef that's reduced and freeze it. I've got some in my freezer actually, so I'd maybe take that out. And do a nice pie. I'll get the pre-made pastry blocks, and so you can freeze those and defrost them, so they're great for making pastry dish. But having the slow cooker, I'd have add the nice cheap beef. I'd add a bunch of herbs, mixed herbs, garlic, chopped onions to that. Stew that in the slow cooker for hours with some carrots, some nice vegetable stock, a bouillon stock with the beef. Makes a very, very inexpensive meal. Maybe thicken it a bit with some flour if that's looking to get too runny, and then pour some of that into a nice pie filling, and then bake that for about 40 minutes. And maybe I would have that with some, maybe if I'm in a hurry, just some chopped carrots. But if I've got time to prepare it, I'd maybe have that with some potato wedges or some chips.
Hold on a minute. I'm so used to being an asshole to dipshits, but when they have such terrible takes, but then they say shit like this, I know I'm jaded, but damn. Holy shit.
Bro was making me he went into detail about how to make me a fucking like meat pie, and I'm sitting there being like, oh fuck, I gotta order some food after this because this sounds good.
I wonder how different he is IRL. You know, I've been filling out the paperwork for my passport. I need to meet Cybersmith.
Oh my god, I would love it.
Holy shit!
Listen, my passport is always free. You want to take a round trip and get some of the meat pie that he's gonna make for us?
That would be wild to go to his place and eat a meat pie, bro.
Diesel and Falgi take the UK.
Oh my god!
Oh lord.
Use the air fryer for those, so that might be what we'd have, and of course have some lettuce, some greens, or if you're not a fan of lettuce, I'd add some peas in when I'm making. Maybe take out the carrots and add in some peas when I'm making the beef stew, and that'll add some greens to it, and that so you'll have beef and pea pie.
And there's one thing I'm curious about. I think it's. We've been on call for a bit of time, and I did want to, I think we will have to wrap it up soon. Usually our streams
That's fair. It's almost 10 p.m. for me, so yes.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
so,
yes.
I guess one of the things I would be very curious about, it was a discussion that was previous, that we kind of glossed over a little bit, because a lot of people have assumed specific things about you, specific kinks. I've seen individuals claim if you're sexual for specific things, and I can't pull up your Twitter on my
seeing a thing from Massamouse, or slurry to avoid lumps. If you dust the flour over it, dust it, stir, dust the flour in, stir.
Yes.
You can avoid clumping up that way.
So
Another solution is
nice,
to use
man.
corn flour and mix that with water. Bit more expensive though. So yes, your question. Sorry.
Yeah. So I guess my question to you, I can't pull up your Twitter, obviously, for obvious reasons.
Yeah, I can give you the link if you like.
Oh no. From what I can tell, your Twitter has very many NSFW things that I cannot pull up on YouTube for obvious reasons. So I guess my question to you is this: a lot of people have assumed a lot of things about you when it comes to even, let's just say, sexual identity and things of that nature, from what I've seen from other different posts of people attempting to argue with you for certain things. What would you want the general public to know at large?
So Lunar Moon Tea. If you check my my YouTube channel, there's actually a video of me making a lamb pie there. That recipe should work for you.
Oh my god, he
you can
keeps
substitute
avoiding
in
it.
beef and just instead of mint powder,
It's
put
coming.
in parsley.
We have to get to it. I wouldn't let it finish without that.
So yeah, that's the answer to Lunar Moon Tea.
Mhm.
Sexually, I think we label sexuality way more than historical societies do, and I think possibly more than is healthy. I'd say I'm pretty happy with the label of heterosexual personally.
So I guess specifically what I would ask is that, perusing your Twitter, for instance, there are retweets of diaper specific related content.
No!
I don't know how you said that without laughing.
It's a mode. When I do things like this, it's in a mode. You gotta listen. I have patients that tell me that fucking Donald Trump is sending them signals through the fucking Fox News captions and dead ass pointing them to me. And I'm like, okay, sure.
He's a non-label king. Yeah.
Oh well, yeah, he is.
And I do see that there is some trans related content, which that's more power to you. I think that's great, and I'm just curious. I'm just curious how you view that, and what you would want the general audience of the internet to know about some of those things, because obviously people have thoughts, and even people on the right, specifically, if we're looking at the right, would have specific thoughts on transgenderism and things like that, and having some kind of fascination and attraction to that. I'm very curious how you view yourself and how you would want the audience at large to view you.
Well, I think I don't think it's healthy to be too obsessed with how other people view you. I think people like what they like,
And even if
we can
people
spend the rest of time interrogating where our various tastes come from, but there's documentaries about ABDL and such. If you want to get more context about it, the time we have couldn't really get that into it.
Well, I guess my question
from what I know, it's most about the nurturing.
Yes, that kind of nurturing thing
side of it.
Yeah,
that's definitely a factor. Yes.
Yeah, but I guess my question to you is and not the question, but just an expand upon that. There would be people of, let's say, similar political leanings to yourself, if we're going to come back to that now, that would potentially disapprove of those kinds of outward attractions. And I'm not harping on it in regards to the fact that you
would they be similar political leanings to myself, or are they just broadly on the right?
Well, that's what I mean.
Because you've asked me to acknowledge nuance in saying that although you would all say you are broadly on the left, none of you would particularly say that you are specifically communists or specifically Marxists. I'd say the right is also a fairly broad spectrum.
Okay. Well, again, that's kind of that's why I'm speaking very broadly for a second, just because there are those of similar political leanings to yourself who would maybe disapprove or disavow those types of things, or view those things to be disgusting, and specifically with trans individuals, do not believe that they have a place in society. And I'm very curious how you feel about that. I think
a lot of trans people are as they are because we've actually made that the only place for them in society. And I think that is kind of a problem with how we view social roles. And I think if you look at a lot of issues like homelessness, for example, but even something like, say, incels. Why do we have an incel culture? Well, because for a long time we kind of viewed the only things that it was socially acceptable to be once you were an adult was you had to be a married adult person who, there was almost no social respect for people who weren't sexually active. But if you look at history, a lot of these people might have become monks, or they might have joined militant religious orders. And there were very many situations where it was socially acceptable and even commendable to do that. But now we've actually made, in many ways, society very narrow in terms of what it's acceptable to be. So and I think the same thing is true of transgenderism. We've now said that the only socially acceptable things to be past a certain age are adult man and adult woman. We no longer have eunuchs. We no longer have badals. We no longer have these social roles that those people might.
I kind of want to highlight this, if you don't mind pausing for a moment. I really want to highlight this this moment. These are not this was something that I found very interesting in the interview. Is he's essentially saying what is commonly a leftist belief, that transgenderism and furthermore a non-binary way that we view gender is in itself almost like a prison. Eunuchs and things like that.
He's doing it like through a historical context. I think that's just where his brain goes.
Yeah, it's where, listen, it's where the tism goes sometimes, but it's like he's so close, and he's cooking on this part of his brain where it's like he understands why he likes these things. He understands specifically why they are sexually attractive to him. And it's not necessarily, and a lot of his belief systems, whether we call it libertarianism, whether it's calling them woke or he would call a lot of what I'm saying woke Marxist agenda and stuff like that, being pro-trans, being pro-LGBTQ is inherently a leftoid belief in his own context. And it was something I found very interesting when he would talk about this, is he talked about it with a lot of care. Like it's he is obviously ignoring parts of it, but he does talk about it with care in the strangest way humanly possible.
Times have filled.
Mhm.
And we have narrowed society so much that anyone caught outside of the narrow roles that we used to have are now either contorting themselves to fit into what they consider to be the closest role to what they can do, or they're just being left out of
Mhm.
society altogether.
Mhm.
So you look at the modern homelessness crisis. Why do we have a homelessness crisis? Well, I think if we looked at history, a lot of adults were not expected to manage a household. People would live in extended family groups of 3 or 4 families. So consider there really only needs to be one person in that family group who can handle the household expenses, who can handle paying rent and paying taxes, things like that. So you could have perfectly productive adults who had no way of managing a budget sheet. They had no way of managing their own financial affairs. They couldn't maintain a household, but they were still respected members of society. They didn't become homeless. And you also had people who were members of religious orders, and there would maybe be only one person in the entire abbey or the entire monastery or the entire convent who would manage things like paying for repairs, paying rent, paying taxes. So you had huge numbers of adults who weren't expected to manage their own household. You had people who were provided accommodation by their employer. If you were an artist in medieval times, your room and board was
This is also pretty left sounding. It was pretty leftist sounding. Yeah.
Exactly, right?
Interesting.
was part of your payment. If you were hired by a lord to paint a fresco on his wall or make a mosaic, that could very well take you years, even decades. And during that entire time, your
Yes, the doctor.
room and
Making fun of me,
board
I hear that.
and food would be paid for and managed by your employer.
So-
You weren't expected to handle that
So
yourself.
something
And I think a large part of why we have so many homeless people now, why we have incels, why we have transgender people, is we have narrowed the number of acceptable social roles to be independent adult man, independent adult woman. Everyone has to be a citizen. Everyone has to be a taxpayer. Everyone has to personally manage all of these things. And you
I
can to some
didn't
extent-
fucking realize how much I fucking sound.
I hear it a lot now.
I think it's because so he tells us like I gotta go my Pathfinder game, and so I'm like okay let's fucking like get the show on the road, and then he just spitting, and I'm just like fuck man, I want to let my man go to his Pathfinder game in peace.
Oh man, he's locked in.
He's fucking so locked in.
Oh man.
split the burden of managing those things with
So right, he
a
come back
spouse if you have a
around.
spouse. But if you don't have a spouse, and even if you've got no interest in having a spouse, then you are expected to fully manage the household affairs on your own. And I think that is just more of a mental strain that a lot of people are really up to.
So
And
something.
those people now become homeless.
So something I would ask, and
He's I mean he kind of cooked there.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. He's saying things that are not like, and this is one of the things that like makes me laugh about a lot of the things that he's known for, right? Is Cybersmith is too, in my opinion, Cybersmith is too honest to lie about this and lie about his feelings, because I'm specifically asking about like the kinks and things like that, and he is so honest about it that it's fascinating to me. He's such a fascinating individual. That's like all I can say.
The horseshoe theory, but the good ending.
Oh, who said it? Cloudy said me at the last 2 minutes of my therapy session.
You know, it's like he has all these insane, wild beliefs that I disagree with. And I don't think it would make me a Marxist. He's allowed to disagree, but then also, like, I kind of like him.
Yeah, like it's a part of this. Like he is kind of personable. Like if he stops going, like I would get a fucking pint with him.
Yeah, like if he wouldn't like look,
Yeah.
if he wouldn't immediately discredit someone and be like, "You're a Marxist," or like, "You're a leftoid freak," he'd probably make a lot more friends.
Exactly.
We can, that all of aside. So would you identify yourself as involuntary celibacy or a part of that movement in some regard? Just as a curious question, because you did talk about it.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay. That was just
because
a question.
I've never really pursued a relationship in that.
You would slay so much, you have no fucking idea. Holy shit, Cybersmith, you would get so much. Oh my god, with facial hair like that, with a body like that, you know how many people want to cuddle that, buddy? Holy shit, dude. Fuck.
My man was built to love, and he was built for the femboys to love him even harder.
Oh my god, bruh. There are people that would just love it. Like, you bake, you write poetry, you DM. You have no idea.
God, he would be so... And that's the other thing, too, that I didn't really go into, but I think it's very fascinating. For like, because you talked about it in the Grum's stream. Like, there is a part of the broader tabletop community that is inclusive because people can be whatever the fuck they want. He would be a fucking king there.
He's
They
a
would
femboy's
adore
dream
him.
bear. Dude,
He is a femboy's dream bear.
literally, like, his entire table would be his polycule, okay? Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it just would.
Look at that. Look at that fucking head of hair. There ain't no fucking receding there. He's probably like 27, 28. He's beating the bald British man allegations. My man.
Sense.
Is that so
But
then
I do think historically a lot of the people who are now considered incels, they aren't pursuing relationships necessarily because they want them. They're pursuing relationships because they believe that is what will make them valued by society.
Okay, so
in historical times, those people might have become monks.
Right.
Or they might have become Knights Templar. And that would have been a socially valued thing that they could do, that they were respected for doing and held an honoured position in society for doing. And I think we have too badly narrowed what acceptable roles a person in society can have. And people who fall outside of that are just left behind by society.
So something that's really a curious question when we talk about societal norms, and for instance, so you mentioned the lack of place for eunuchs and other things, the historical context for that. Just as some context of background for me, I was an opera singer for a time, so I do know the historical importance of castrati and things like that, and kind of coming back to some of the things that you are saying, and I'm very curious about this, is so when we talk about a narrow mind
You would be so valued by a femboy right now.
You would be.
You have no idea. Dude. God. There are people I know that would sleep with him in a heartbeat. Holy shit.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, you're saying opera? Wild.
Yeah, that was a career a long time ago.
Wow. Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, I sing beautifully. Yeah, humble
shut
brag.
Shut up, babe. We don't do this. Not on stream. Fucking makes fun of me all the fucking time.
the view of the world, and you just discuss the
He does need a femboy IHOP. Fucking femboy IHOP, femboy Hooters. What the? I don't know. Is there a chain in the UK that people like?
Weatherspoons is the only one that comes to mind.
Fucking femboy Witherspoons. Who the fuck cares? He would love that shit.
How people are interacting and how people are perceiving certain concepts. As you are an individual who, it kind of seems to me, is someone who recognizes the importance and potentially, from what I can tell, the beauty of trans individuals. Is that something that you find difficult in certain spaces that you may inhabit, that some people believe you to be a specific type of leaning. Some people expect you to be a different type of leaning, but it sounds like you are far
Honestly,
more nuanced than that. Is that something that's happened to
yes,
you?
I think I am a fairly nuanced person, but put it this way: I've had far more flack in left-wing spaces for being a right-winger than I've ever had in right-wing spaces for jacking off to transgender pornography. That's so that is a fairly
Because they're all doing it
consistent,
too.
Yeah.
So you've had
They fucking sitting there in the goon circle.
It's an unspoken rule to be like, we don't approve of this, but we will jerk off to it. Shit.
Fuck.
So you've had less flag. So in right wing circles for things like that, how do you find that you're?
Well, you have to remember that a large part of right wing circles are dominated by those who don't care too much about hurting others' feelings. So people will get flack for all sorts of things in right wing circles, and you kind of just have to roll with the punches there. So you will get criticism for all sorts of things in right wing circles.
So very curious then, if you're talking about right wing circles, for instance, did you ever find yourself, let's say, did you find yourself being ostracized in those circles? And how so?
No, I wouldn't say I ever have.
Okay. But you did mention before that you get a little bit more flack.
I don't think he's really been exposed as deeply to the right wing circles as
No,
possible.
yeah. And I think what it is that partly is, I think part of the curiosity of it all is there's a part of it too that he talks upon and kind of if using his own words, puts words to power to American conservatism a lot, but I don't think he understands it the same way that we do if we live here, for instance.
Yeah. God.
Yeah.
So close all the time.
He's so fucking close, man. I listen. It's why there's a fucking piece of my heart that is just for him. I'm not even kidding.
MCID. Yeah, I've been in a deep right wing circles. I'm in a Bible Belt. Maybe this guy has no idea. Yeah. You'd be surprised. Even like when I did the stuff in conservative spaces, I was in Boston. And even though it was a right-wing circle, it was still a city. You know, like they would take us to like activism training, and I'd met like she was a feminist, but she was a pro-life feminist. If you were in a different space, in a different like place in America, that kind of person just wouldn't be in the room, period. Like that's still pretty progressive, even though it's like a right-wing space that we're all being trained.
For that, for in your words, to quote you, jacking off the transgendered persons, and so
much less than I've gotten for being a right winger at all in left wing spaces.
Oh, okay, so much less. Okay,
so I've had much less criticism in right wing circles for anything than I have for being a right winger in left wing circles. I find left wing circles have been very, very judgmental of me being a right winger.
I see. And again, like I said, this is more of a general interview where it's not necessarily politically motivated in any way, but I was actually genuinely curious because I'm looking at your Twitter. Again, can't pull it up on the stream for those who may be asking. And I do see that there is a variety of things that you post. You've posted transgender porn. You do post individuals in diapers, for instance. How would you view specifically on a topic like that? How would you
the diaper thing? The diaper thing, I think if most right-wing circles knew that, because I have a feeling they probably might not skim through it and find that. But if you found that and you're in a right-wing circle, he's gone instantly.
Yeah.
Like that's like a career killer right there.
And it's like, and I wouldn't even say skimmed. When I opened his Twitter, the first two things were hole and diaper.
Hole and diaper.
It was like the very strangest thing, and it like caught me so fucking off guard.
Yeah, the diaper one would Like they'd find his job and he'd
Yeah.
lose his job. Like that is because that's for a lot of people, that's like a dog whistle that you're a pedophile.
Yeah. And again, because he will probably listen to this. I am not saying that, and Diesel's not saying
Yeah,
that.
I'm not saying that either. That's just how a lot of people will react
at
to
it.
that. Yeah.
Exactly.
How would you feel? Or no, that's not what I want to say. How do you feel that you're viewed at large, specifically for some of those sexual interests that you have?
At large, I'm not actually sure how many people know that. A lot of people just know me as the human pet guy.
Yeah, yeah. And I guess that kind of comes to the crux of it. It was kind of in the beginning of this interview where you were a little bit heated, and that's okay. We all have heated moments, but I think that that's something that I'm really curious about. Is people know you as the human pet guy, and to end this interview, I'm really curious. What do you want the internet to know about you? When we describe, when they see this post about how you're discussing about the logistics of owning a human as a pet and kind of going into how it would be societally looked upon and things like that, and how to and almost in a normalized version of society, I'm very curious, what do you want the internet to know, and the differences
I would like the
between
internet
that?
to know that I am Cybersmith, and I am a person who will who will consider things perhaps from an outside the box perspective. Or maybe I'm not so much outside the box as I am just making you realize how small your box really is. And that's an example. I think that's probably the best analogy. A lot of people aren't really apolitical or politically neutral. They just have a very, very narrow idea of what political discussions are, and so they consider themselves to not have very many controversial political beliefs, because their idea of the spectrum of possible political beliefs is extremely narrow.
So it sounds like to me what you're saying essentially is that even though your beliefs can be somewhat controversial, there's more to you as a person. You're a baker, you're a writer. Do you draw? Are you an artist at all in the visual style?
Very occasionally I'll do something like that, sometimes technical drawings for a science fiction concept. I don't have I'm not especially good for it. I think in some sense I don't really have the patience for it. So to a very minor extent, I'd say maybe.
So from what I can tell, from what I can
you
see,
should have Cybersmith on again.
Honestly speaking, I would, if it just felt right. Definitely, I feel like he got a lot what he could say. I will say this, hey, Cybersmith, if you somehow want a liaison to the broader drama community at large, I will help you out, and let me just say that Diesel would be your best bet. I'm gonna shout my boy out.
Yeah, not to toot my own horn, but you, unironically, you could do much worse.
Yeah, you could.
There are some motherfuckers in this community that would treat you with such little respect, and I would not like it personally. I get mad when I see some of the coverage from my fellow creators in this space, because I have very strong opinions on things that they break many times.
Yeah, and listen, if you've ever, Cybersmith, don't go on anything called LolCow Live, please. Not yet, buddy.
Don't
you need to get your reps up.
Don't do it. Yeah, I do not do it. If Keemstar reaches out to you, don't answer. Unironically, I'm content cucking right now. If Keem somehow hears this, I know I'm content cucking. Okay. Diesel was kind of yandere dev. Yeah, but it was kind of under the pretense that I knew he was committing a felony. Allegedly.
Allegedly in Minecraft.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't know, man. Like, so like Grace Thorpe is a good example. I really wanted to kind of unearth what kind of like weird sexual trauma was going on there. And like, she just wanted to like get in a debate or like flirt with a young guy.
Yeah.
You know, and it was like I really wanted to know about this because like it clearly impacted her entire life.
Right. And I think that's the thing. My honest concern for someone like Cybersmith is if this is truly not kayfabe, if this is all real, right? That he would get so burned by the internet in a way that would actually like genuinely hurt me. Because again, I don't agree with half the shit this guy says. He's fucking cuckoo banana pants with some of the shit that he says. But I'm not gonna be necessarily mean and hope for his downfall.
Yeah. And there would be a lot of people, especially in this community, that would want to see his downfall.
Mm.
I know Chris's coverage will be really funny if he does it,
Oh yeah.
but it will not be kind.
Go to Chris last.
Go to Chris last.
It's just like this
He's
ramp
never
it
gonna
up.
stop. He's never gonna talk to me again. I'm cucking. I'm cucking everybody.
No.
Yeah, it would make me too sad. He doesn't deserve cruelty. Yeah, I don't think he does. I don't think he
Yeah.
does. It's the same thing. I felt bad when I put out when I do videos on people and I've spoken to them or like I've seen a part of them that's not like the worst thing. Because I understand as like a mental component when you do a video that's like an exposed video on someone. Like you're hurting someone. Right? So you got to realize you're doing it with justification. Like this has a good reason. You know, if you don't do it for the right reason, then it's going to be like, it's just going to leave a sour taste in people's mouths. You know, like Mama Max, I always knew he wasn't like a master manipulator, but I mean, those chickens were going to come home to roost. So I don't feel bad about doing that. He also put me on his hit list after I made that video, but you know, whatever.
Are you for real?
Yeah.
What a fucking asshole. What a fucking... I'll say it. What a fucking little limp dick asshole. Fucking getting the vocal cord surgery bullshit. Sorry.
Cloudy, he's not a bad person. We've been covering absolutely insane people. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're worse. They're like way worse.
Yeah.
We have covered criminals, real criminals.
Yeah. And I will say this. You know what? I will say this. I do think Chris would give him like at least a fair enough shake. I do think that there are the larger channels in commentary would give him a fair enough shake. It's just more I just don't want him to get skittish, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Yeah. I think maybe Chris would give him a fair shake. Lyrics, no. Tom, no. Chud, yes.
Chud, yeah.
Xylee, that would turn into a fight. No, that would turn into a massive fight. Xylee wouldn't be able to keep her cool.
Nah, not our Xylee. Definitely. she the best. I don't want to hear the Xylee hate.
Yeah, Diesel IRL is the last person to judge him for gooning on main. Yeah. Yeah. Let's not get into that.
Is that it seems like you're a multi-layered gentleman, and that's honestly speaking, I think that's I don't know if a lot of the internet knows that. And I will say that, hey, listen, there's things that we don't agree on. That is a broader conversation and not something that I would debate on my platform, let's say. But I would say that I do first and foremost appreciate you coming on to this show. We are a small show, but I do appreciate you not necessarily, I wouldn't even say it's defending yourself, it's expanding upon yourself, who you are as a person. And I do think that is something that not a lot of people may know about you.
Midge, he needs love and understanding. The commentary community will just push him even deeper into his beliefs. Guy's been shamed and pushed out of internet communities for years. I think when we cover a lot of those like people who have like wild beliefs, like a synthetic man, they're kind of people who like reinforce all these negative beliefs about the world because they just feel like left behind or like lonely. You know, I mean, that's what comes out of the incel community, right?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting when you look at it like a synthetic man or fucking Fuda loving cockmaster, which I did. That's a fucking stream. I hate fucking saying that guy's name, but it's like they're kind of at a point in their internet career where that part has already happened, and it's really interesting thinking that Cybersmith has been on the internet for so long, and that and he even went on Kevels and all these things, but it still feels like he hasn't like hit that point yet. That like zenith of now I cut myself off from the rest of like reality.
Yeah. Yeah. We're not there yet. We're not at that moment yet.
The human pet thing and some of your posts have become essentially copy pastas in the broader sense, and a lot of people would view you as a lol cow to a specific degree. And I do think that we all learn something nice about one another, and I do want to kind of leave that off is that you and I may have different political views. I have different views on the way we all use our platforms. But at the end of the day, I think that this was, or I hope it was, a positive interaction for you specifically.
Yeah, I think it was. Is there anything? I know that me and Folky.exe have spoken a lot. Is there anything Mr. Albert or Uncool Greg wanted to add for the end?
He wants to argue so bad, dude.
Yeah,
oh my god, dude. No.
He was looking for shooters. He was looking for fucking shooters.
Oh my god, no.
He's like, where are my snipers
I
on
think
the ridge?
I'm good.
I think
I'm
everything
good.
got said, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Any final words, because I know this is this was someone that you've known of for a period of time.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming on and answering all our questions so honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're welcome, and hopefully I've led some of your viewers to perhaps be more analytical of their own beliefs and the context in which those.
It's like he says he has these beliefs because he wants people to think about their beliefs, which I won't even disagree with. He has gotten me to do, but I don't know if it was to his benefit or detriment.
I think that I think the best way to describe it is it's not a political belief system that was changed, because none of what he said politically I agree with. But I think it's a broader topic at large at kind of seeing lol cows in this specific state. I would even call it like lol calf kind of thing. He's just at a state where the internet infamy is there, but he isn't necessarily soiled by it, or like he hasn't taken it and ran with it like a fucking Boogie, where at this point Boogie is truly more lol cow than man. And it's been a very curious ride. It was a very curious interview. It's very interesting, but again, he has like as MCID said in the human post, in the human pet thing, he talks about removing fingernails and like taking out their vocal cords and Achilles tendons. It's a very interesting thing.
Beliefs may have arisen.
Mm-hmm. And I believe that it at the very least they are more understanding or more knowledgeable as you as a person. And I want to thank you for your time. I will let you go, and I appreciate you. Everybody in the chat, I want to thank Cybersmith very much for joining us. It is very appreciated that he did so.
I've got 4 minutes more. If you've got any questions in the chat, any final questions?
Oh my gosh.
I have written down a few questions that we had in the beginning.
Tabletop games was a crazy story. Yeah, they fun.
I'll be right back.
Because of course there are some questions that come back to the human pet thing. Like, was that ever a fantasy for you? I know it was hypothetical in that situation, but is that really something you would be into?
No comment. Exercise my right to read.
Listen, I know puppy girl Jenna. I get why you would put her on a leash.
Diesel. Diesel, things stay on the internet forever when you say them. Oh boy.
No. Jenna's actually a really nice person, by the way. She's really, really nice. Super huge weeb, by the way. You might never have known that, but she is. It's a shame. I missed her at Anime NYC. She was going to see the mangaka for Attack on Titan.
Oh shit, he was there.
Yeah, it was like
Damn.
2 years ago, maybe a year ago.
Yeah, that's right. I missed that one.
Discuss that at length elsewhere. I think people will find that if they look up other discussions.
That's completely okay. And some people also ask, how you present yourself on the internet? How much is that a persona? Or are you just yourself? What would you say?
Is the self not a persona? Isn't everything we do to some extent affected? Our accents, our methods of dressing, of speaking, of interacting with other people, the mannerisms we have, our ideas of what constitutes politeness, they are all to some extent affected. We aren't inherently as humans born with those, they aren't instinctual. So yes, it's a persona, and yes, it's really me. Everything we do is to some extent a persona.
Yeah, I think some people just wonder if you know how some kind of internet trolls can be. That's something, then it's all just played up and nothing like.
Well, is any aspect of us not played up? Is there?
What she's asking is, do you go to your work and argue about the slavery rights? That's what she's asking.
No. We need to know if you goon at work.
This is my question: is there such a thing as an authentic person, and what would such a person really be? Is there anyone in the world who would stand up to the degree of scrutiny that would reasonably be required to analyze a real person? You'd have to basically Truman show someone.
I think.
Yeah, I think that was pretty much the question. If you were playing here the Truman Show.
Yeah. I think I'm trying to think. There are some in the chat. If you want to, feel free and answer those via text. That's perfectly fine. I do want to respect the fact that you do have time and you do have to go to bed.
Oh my god! Cybersmith, how often is Bussy knocking around in that brain of yours?
Oh god! Listen, go to his fucking Twitter. You'll see how often.
I think if that's the end, we can.
Yeah, it's the end.
What's some closing statements for you, Falchi?
I would definitely say that Cybersmith is a very layered individual. I saw somebody in chat say it is that it's interesting when you examine lolcows because you don't really see them as a person, and the moment you do, it gets weird. I think that's a really interesting way of putting it. Is that it became something different. Like I said, he started the interview very, very strong and very kind of ornery. And I think that was a lot because he truly thought that this was a place to hurt him and a place to really chastise him. But at the end of the day, the way it works is that an interview is just to get to know somebody. You know, disagreeing with his views is antithetical to the point of interviewing him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's like I kind of went into this expecting to like, haha, we're gonna clown on the crazy guy, and I just don't. I don't got that in me anymore to be that kind of guy every single fucking stream for everybody. You know, it's just I feel bad that people are probably really mean to him because I've had people be horrible to me, and I understand what that feels like, and I understand how it makes me feel. So to be that every day would make me feel terrible, right? And even for like basic stuff, like the politics is one thing, but then like I know he gets a lot of shit for like, you know, he's a bigger guy, or he's got like a weird facial hair, or he dresses weird. And, you know, I kind of empathize with people like that happens to him because it shouldn't, you know, and it makes me upset that it does. Or, I mean, his beliefs, it almost sounds like he has a lot of those beliefs specifically with the intent to annoy other people. But even then, it's like, okay, well, if it was just to, like, get me to think about my beliefs, I mean, sure. I mean, I don't know if the ends justify the means, but, you know, I'll think about it, right? I don't think my opinions on things like slavery will change. But it's an interesting like thought experiment for somebody who thinks a lot, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I think a lot as a YouTuber, whatever. That's like
Yeah.
that's such a bullshit statement to say. But
Yeah, I think something that you touched on is that it's not it's a thought experiment and not the way that he thought it was. I do think that he genuinely came in to change our minds politically and save us from the woke mind virus. Um and that's not what really happened. I just think we hopefully got people to get a little bit more eyes on the personhood that he was, because I think that's what he's angriest about, in my opinion anyways, is that his personhood was lost. Him being banned from the Pathfinder to Reddit, even though he fucking writes Pathfinder poetry. Like, you're being ostracized from a community you love. And I think that it's again, this is not fucking faking cancer. This is a guy that's really just cringe on the internet, but kind of has a weird heart of gold in a way. It's just very bizarre.
oh, I think it's so cute that he shaved and dressed up to throw hands in the interview. That's so true, Mitch Maddock. That's so
Yeah,
true.
He did. He did. He actually apologized that he was late.
I think that it's stuff like that kind of speaks to his content of character, that he's dressing up because he wants people to think that he's a well-presentable person, right? Like a lol cow who's like an absolute like a horror cow, like a Cyrax wouldn't give a shit, right? Or a boogie would say that he doesn't give a shit, and he's just, everything about him is just like a farce, right? But he's like cleaning himself up because he wants to make sure that he's respected, right? I think that speaks a lot, right? And I also think, kind of overarching goes to, okay, if somebody's willing to dress up for something, they probably give a shit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, isolating him more isn't really going to help. Yeah. Diesel doesn't dress up for us. I know. I put on like, I'm bed rotting. I'm bed maxing today.
That's not true. Diesel puts on the less clothes Diesel has on, it's the better stream that we get.
Well, chat, make sure to subscribe to the Op Block. The mods and others stream there. They're the Diesel Orbiters.
We are the Diesel Orbiters. We will be live tomorrow, featuring none other than Nani. She has been going over some of the Nerd City stuff, and we're gonna kind of go over that tomorrow.
I'm sure that'll be great. Tomorrow's my day off, so I will be gone.
It's almost like we planned that.
I noticed. Diesel, you should get a costume and stream as a cop next time. I'll do it for one of the body cam streams.
There's a new body cam out that will pique your interest.
Ooh, I think maybe we need to make a body cam thread at some point.
Yeah, because apparently Chris Chan's body cam just came out.
Really? Oh shit.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's apparently not good.
All right. Well, goodbye, stream.